Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's point guard Marcus Smart is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis going to the Celtics. Boston also is receiving a pair of first-round picks. The NBA draft tonight. Your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Who will they trade? Will they trade the pick? Watch/listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a special companion show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Check out Sactown Sports YouTube channel and Instagram for the latest videos and takes on the upcoming NBA draft. And all of our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's start the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
Boom with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on
Is the beautiful women sitting across from Dave, asks one of our listeners, and I feel like that's an insult.
I'm so big I count as two women.
I knew that's how you take it. Is that a universal thing? Like whenever there's a family photo that we take, I'm usually selfie guy because I have giant arms.
Same.
Right.
Yeah.
So I take which I guess it would be an ussie. I take the photo of the family, and then when I'm showing it, my wife's the first one to view it, and I always see her pinch to zoom so that she can see what she looks like in the photo.
Oh.
And then it's generally followed by some form of I'm fat or other issue that she has with herself. And I'm wondering is that a Melissa thing?
I think it's
Does everybody kind of
sadly to say, I think it's
a Melissa thing?
No, a lot of women.
Oh, okay.
My girlfriend definitely.
Is that
100%?
No, and that's the sad part, right? Like, because we're constantly, inspecting ourselves under a microscope, and then, you look like you do, and it's
wow, 6:03. We're already there. Well, I had this discussion with a girlfriend of mine, a girlfriend.
You're not allowed to have other friends that are girls other than me.
I was thinking of you the entire time we were talking. And I said, I would be, and I know you agree with this, I would be the worst woman ever in history. And I'm talking about, of course, your stereotypical woman that we think of. Like I would never shave my legs. I would forget to do everything.
There are plenty of women that don't.
I would
shave
not
their legs.
do the. Well, I. Here's the thing. I have you and my wife, and a couple other people.
So what you're saying, if a woman doesn't shave her legs, she's terrible?
Yes, Nate, that's what
exactly
I'm saying.
Thanks
for just want to beep the bus over me. What I'm saying is I have really 2.5, 3 women in my life. I'll throw my sister in there as well that are in my radar, and I see all of the things you guys do. And
So I'm the atypical, right? We know we were just talking about our mutual friend.
Yes.
And who we love dearly. But every single photo that we take together, it's inspection. It's like, no, I don't like my face. Everything else. Like we have to take multiple. And of course, every photo that I take with her, I make a distorted face.
Yes.
Or I'm forcing a smile because I
That's actually true.
hate
That is
selfies.
true.
I hate doing those things. I don't like posing for things. And so,
which is funny because your job requires you to take all kinds of photos for promotion and stuff. What are you talking about? Like the commercials where you and Mark are like back to back and all the
those
whatever.
are super comfortable to
I'm
do,
sure they
way.
are, yes.
But no, and so it's like she goes to like, okay, do you like this one? Do you like this one? Do you like this one? And I'm like, I don't care. Pick which
right. No.
one you want. I don't care.
And that's true.
And I don't care. And I don't like making that decision.
But there's also but let's not throw it out there like you're some farm girl that comes in and doesn't do anything. Like I see the hours you spend in the chair when you're getting your hair done or your nails or all the different girl
Don't they
things
look
you
good?
do. Okay, your nails look horrific right now.
This is my off season.
Well, good for you. Wow. Let's see here. So you have one hand that is completely not done. It's just a normal.
I mean, they're gone now.
Right. There's no nails. It looks like my hand. And they're my nails.
Yeah.
And then the other one, you have
I mean, I don't know where the camera is.
It's
is it
right
here?
there. And then
there's what I look like.
And then you have every nail painted on the other hand, but your middle one.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
It just because it's the longest, so that's the one that shipped first and came off. I do my own nails because I don't have time to go to the salon, and I do like the gel one, the ones that stay forever. So this is I've been gardening, I've been doing projects, I've been refinishing tables. These are my off-season nails.
I got
You're lucky that I like made the effort to curl my hair, put on a little makeup this morning.
Oh yeah, I'm lucky. I tell you every time.
No, I mean
I say don't put on a hat.
Lucky in the general sense of like in the off season, I really do look like a legit bum.
We every time Katie comes in, we have this conversation the night before. Although we didn't last night, weirdly.
No,
enough,
we didn't.
Where it's like, oh God, okay, I've got to wake up and do this, and this. It's like, dude, throw a hat and a hoodie on, come in. Which I think you've done before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you knew we were doing TV today.
Oh, that doesn't matter. I don't care about that either. No, I mean, I come on very rarely, so I'm like, I get up.
I'm trying to feel. Is that a shot?
No, I mean, I come in studio very
Gotcha.
rarely. And you know how much I love the cameras during our, interviews.
I have to have a camera on me every single day of the show.
I know.
You're saying it's different.
Yes.
I'm just
men
saying,
are allowed to look like
I'm just
that.
saying I wouldn't be good at any of the upkeep stuff that a lot of you do.
You're not good at your upkeep, so I get it.
I would not be able to do the thing where you have to sit like a frog either.
Yoga?
No, that's what my wife calls it. When you have to sit like a frog. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I have no idea.
The hair removal?
Waxing?
Yes.
Why do you gotta say sit like a frog?
I don't know. I didn't. That's what she called. I go, are you gonna go sit like a frog? She goes, yeah, because she told me she made the mistake of telling me one time that they make her sit like a frog.
I thought you were talking about the gynecologist.
Ew, God, no. Yet, by the way, we need to change all of this. It's yet another thing that female related that has to have a guy's name on it.
Yeah.
Like, why does it have to be a gynecologist?
Yeah.
That's funny. That's a good one.
Why is it menstruation? Why do they have a hysterectomy? You know what I'm saying? Like, can we do something about this where we, in today's day and age, can we change these names?
Herstory instead of history. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to be progressive.
Dude,
yeah, you're right. You're 100%
on a
right.
roll there. And
Yeah.
anyways. So, yeah, sit like a frog. Couldn't do it. I one time.
You know how I watch reels? I can get lost in them.
Yeah.
That's kind of like my secret pleasure.
Yes.
I actually did watch a reel the other day of a man sitting like a frog for the first time.
Nope. Not doing it. I one time had like a little strip on my forearm waxed for a radio thing. Nope. No.
Really? For a
No.
radio
You're
thing?
getting waxed for what?
No, dude, no. It was a thing where it was like,
like a 40-year-old virgin.
No,
like
it was when I was on with Dawn like 12 years ago,
Oh.
Yeah.
and we had somebody come in and put like it was for a game show, and if you got the question wrong, you had to have a strip on your arm taken off, and I got a question wrong.
Isn't it funny how much the world has changed?
Oh, gee. Yeah. I won't even tell you what some of the questions were, but they pull the strap off, and strip off.
Strip.
And and that was horrible, and I don't want it.
My girlfriend waxes my eyebrows all the time. She's an esthetician. Yeah.
There you go.
And the ones like under the end hurt so bad.
I'm so numb to it. Like, there's the thing. Women do it all the time, and you don't feel it. Like, I can wax myself at this point. It doesn't matter. Like, it's pretty.
Gonna get isolated.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Well,
you're gonna do it. You could avoid not doing it.
They will do it. I will not do it. Anyway. Yeah. I can't.
I mean, this all comes down to one truth. Women are just tougher than men.
That's the allegation. That's always about because you always go to childbirth, right? That's always your trump card because we can't verify that.
No, so they have those simulators for like menstruation, like period cramps.
Okay,
they have these simulators where they put them on men, and so that they can feel what it's like.
Yep.
There's science behind this. You're a scientific kind of guy, Dave.
Here's my science: is that the worst pain I've ever experienced on a semi-regular basis is getting kicked in the crotch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never told my wife after getting kicked in the crotch, hey, you know what? I'd like to do that again. But she wanted to have a second kid.
Yeah.
So you guys voluntarily return.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Well, what's the pro of getting kicked in the crotch?
There's nothing. What's the pro of having a kid?
Okay.
They're
I don't have a kid.
They're loud. Yeah. They're a money drain.
Yeah.
But they take care of you when you get old.
Allegedly. You hope they do. You hope that they do.
Yeah, you do. You hope. No. So the reality of it is I asked myself the same question. How do people do this more than once? Right.
Right.
This is the evolution of the brain.
Uh-huh.
It allows you to forget so that you can procreate.
Oh, weird. See, I can't forget. I know exactly what it feels. I haven't gotten kicked there in decades.
We'll solve that during the break.
But I remember that. Yeah. Oh. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How are you? Hello, everybody on the YouTube chat. You can go to YouTube, search KHTK. Excuse me, search Sactown Sports, and watch us, like us, subscribe to us, and all that. Somebody asked why we were talking about this on draft day. Well, that's because there's never any serious conversation in the first segment, and if you don't know that, you don't know the show.
Yeah.
So do better, please. 916.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. 916-339-1140 is your text line. And yeah, we've got a big, giant show for you today. Jay is doing, I don't know who the hell is doing what. It's the station.
He's doing the midday show.
Is he doing the midday?
Yeah, I know that because I called him at 5:30 to let me in, and he was still sleeping.
That's a great call. The station's like a magic 8-ball where you just shake it up and see who's hosting where. So Jay's hosting middays. I think Jason's doing afternoons again. But my goodness.
Jason's doing like a post.
Oh, he's doing the draft show.
Yeah, with Watkins.
Well, who's doing afternoons? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So anyways, this is a giant show. The NBA went berserk last night on some random evening. We'll talk about that. The draft is today. Normally a very exciting day for Kings fans. Today kind of boring unless Monty does something. We got a lot of baseball, but most importantly, we have Kayte Christensen in studio with us all morning long. Sit back, relax. It's a big, fat, hairy show, and it starts next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third, your scorer is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Byers Leaf Guard Gutter System and Roofing.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
To protect your home from the top down, start from the roof line up. Get clog-free Byers Leaf Guard gutters, fire-safe roofing from Byers Roofing, and power your home with Byers Solar. Act now for $500 off Byers Leaf Guard gutters at thatsbyers.com.
Pain is not normal. Repeat, pain is not normal. Greetings, Sacramento. Doug Christie here with the Good Feet store. Does this sound familiar? It's the end of the workday, and the pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back is unrelenting. Good Feet understands that you've likely already tried assorted remedies and solutions with no relief. And now you're pretty much resigned to living with the pain. But do not give in to the pain. Instead, come to the Good Feet store for their end-to-end 3-step arch support system. Good Feet is the nation's largest manufacturer and retailer of personalized arch supports. With arch supports in over 300 sizes, styles, and flexibilities, and an arch support specialist in each store. Come in today for a free, no-obligation arch support fitting, then take them for a test walk around the store or around the center. Experience the comfort, balance, and support possible with the Good Feet system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now in Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Boston decided that it was going to move on from those 3-team talks with the Clippers and the Wizards. The Celtics were going to send Malcolm Brogdon to the Clippers. And when they just couldn't get that deal finalized, they pivoted. And Washington started to talk again with Memphis. There had been some conversations. Marcus Smart had been a player the Grizzlies had targeted for obvious reasons. You see how he fits with that Grizzlies roster, bringing in his veteran toughness, his experience in the postseason, his leadership, all elements that they really wanted in Memphis.
Yeah. So here we go, rolling into draft day, and whether this is the first domino of many or there's much, much more to it. Big trade. The Boston Celtics, who were just games away from winning a title for the second year in a row. The Boston Celtics, I guess everybody's technically games away from winning a title, but you get my point.
Boston more than most.
Yeah, they add Kristaps Porzingis. They get a 2023 and 2024 first-round pick. The second one being Golden State, which is top 4 protected. The Wizards, Katie, get Tyus Jones, Danilo Gallinari, Mike Muscala, and a 2023 second-round pick. And the Memphis Grizzlies get Marcus Smart. I find myself wondering this. Just my thoughts here. The Celtics traded Marcus Smart, Danilo Gallinari, and what? A pick? Mike? I don't even know which one.
Mike Muscala.
They got 2 first-round picks in Kristaps Porzingis. Like, what?
One of them's protected from Golden State.
The one for Golden State's top 4 protected, and then it's top 1, and then it's not protected at all.
Both of those are going to end up being like a 24-25. They're not. They're not going to be lottery.
100%.
Yeah.
But am I missing something? Was this just a straight contract dump for Kristaps Porzingis? I don't think so.
No, I mean, it's rebuild for Washington, obviously, with Bradley Beal going to Phoenix. They're bringing on, and what do they got to pay Chris Paul? What is he making, like $45 million or something like that?
If they don't find a home.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the biggest thing to me that jumps out from this is because there was a failed trade that went down.
Yes.
Like Malcolm Brogdon, like he did not pass the physical, and it canceled the whole trade. And the second time around, Boston wanted Kristaps Porzingis so badly that they gave up Marcus Smart.
But
what in the world? What in the world? That's my initial thing.
Oh, so
please tell me where Porzingis has been that he's won.
This is the same thing with Portland, though, too. They're getting the 2 first-round picks, where it's like you're a team that is ready to win now. Why are you getting those picks, Boston?
They now have like their pick set is back to healthy again now. I think they have a pick they have one pick, whether it's theirs or somebody else, every year now. And by the way, I'm not a Porzingis guy either, to be very clear with you. But you're talking about a guy who at least is he opted into his whatever $35 million blah 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 blah, and
that was after the trade.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, honest to goodness.
Well, obviously he was going to opt out if he was not traded.
Yes.
And that means that Washington loses something and gets nothing in return. So they had great motivation to find a trade partner, obviously. And obviously Boston was so high on him that they were willing to immediately move on from the Clippers agreement and work a deal with Memphis. And so that to me is the most telling part. Is I'm struggling to understand why they think that Porzingis is going to be more beneficial to them and what they're doing and their system than Marcus Smart, who has been so integral to their success. Do they think that he really is the missing piece? And I mean, because if you look at it like Gallinari, he hasn't injured, it's non-impactful. So I question this in a big, big way.
I think it's actually an interesting conversation, and we'll have a lot more on this later, because I think the trade, we actually agree and we're disagreeing, but really agreeing. Let me explain, and then we'll move on. I actually think this is a steal for Boston, and I'm kind of upset that Boston's being made more well than these other teams. They don't need it. It's the 2 first-round picks that are really bothering me, along with Porzingis, and all they really gave up was Marcus Smart. In a vacuum, I think this is an absolute steal for Boston. But to your point, in reality now,
on paper, it's a steal.
You're talking about putting Porzingis in, who plays like 17 games a year. He's very good when he does.
65 this year, which is the most since his second season in 16-17 season.
Here's his last 5 seasons: 65, 17, 34, 43, 57. You go back further: 48, 66, and then 72.
Yeah, his second season.
He's brittle,
he played
dude.
66
Yeah,
games.
he's a brittle dude.
Yeah.
But the picks for Boston, though, I'm just confused. What is that ammo for them for more trades?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think they're going to use those picks? Are those picks valuable to them, the players that they draft? Do you think they value that, or they're using it purely as ammo for a trade?
You also have to understand that teams like Boston, kind of like Miami, that has kind of perpetually been good. A lot of it is they have to develop guys on their own, undrafted players, drafted players that are later in the first round, second round. They have to be able to kind of identify people and find people that are not, they're not going to be in the lottery. They're not going to have those types of players to develop. They have to find them on their own. So even if it's like a 24th, 25th pick in the first round, that could be valuable for them because they have more time to develop those players because they have a lot of great players above them.
We got a lot more to get to. We're going to have a lot of conversation about this. In the meantime, number 2.
Cut number 2.
Here comes swing, line drive up the middle, right to Schmidt. It is right where Schmidt was playing him, well over toward the middle, and he went down into a squat and caught the line drive. Ball game over, and that makes 10. For the first time in 19 years, the Giants have a 10-game winning streak.
2004.
Yeah.
You had just entered your 30s. I'm trying to think of the number one.
Okay.
What?
That is so not true.
What else happened?
Jeez.
What do you remember?
Can't help yourself.
What
I was 2 years out of college. I was in Phoenix in the WNBA.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you were in Phoenix in the WNBA the last time the Giants won 10 in a row. And who would have thought with this team that no one really picked to do much of anything. This is what is both simultaneously great and
following at periphery. They struggled early on.
They very much struggled early on. They're 42-32, but they've been absolutely on fire. This month of June is going to be absolutely ridiculous for them. They beat the Padres for the 3rd game in a row. They look for the 4-game sweep today. And when it comes to the standings, yes, if you had the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Giants at the top of the division, the Diamondbacks won yesterday, so 2.5 back are the Giants, who remain 1 game ahead of the victorious Dodgers. They're now 7 ahead of the Padres. We'll talk more about that, along with the A's maybe going in a different direction than the Giants. Also, the draft is today. We'll take a break. When we come back, safe or out, Kayte edition, we'll explain next.
The Kings season might be over, but Sactown sports coverage never stops.
Expectations coming into the season and how we performed. I mean, it's one of the more special seasons that I've had in my 11 years.
Stay tuned all off-season to Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
This 4th of July, it's all about selection and convenience. With 17 award-winning dealers, 20 brands, and thousands of vehicles, the Roseville Auto Mall has Northern California's largest selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. The Roseville Auto Mall, driven to be the best.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Summer's here and the deals are heating up at Fasteners Tool Outlet. You'll find scorching deals this Saturday on Makita Tools. Get 2 free batteries with the purchase of a circular saw kit and get $50 off any 40-volt tool kit. Fasteners Tool Outlet is turning up the heat on Makita summer savings this Saturday. Buy a 2-piece combo kit and get 2 extra free batteries. Come in to Fasteners Tool Outlet this week, 6701 Power Inn Road, or on the web at fastenersinc.net. The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity Pro-Am golf tournament, a $1 million hole-in-one contest, a celebrity draft party, and a concert featuring the Atlanta Rhythm Section that raises money for Make-A-Wish, Jordan's Guardian Angels, and other worthwhile children's charities. The Gold Rush Classic takes place July 13th and 14th in Rancho Murrieta. Come join the fun and play golf with a celebrity, or just check out the concert. The Gold Rush Classic is proudly sponsored by Mainstage United Domestic Workers, fighting for our workers and communities. The Gold Rush Classic, where the stars and guitars shine. Go to goldrushclassic.org.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but it's been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 74 years. Look for made in America brands like Stanton, Sam Moore, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sale event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to all the newest technology and an industry-leading warranty. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston point guard Marcus Smart is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis going to the Celtics. Boston's also getting a pair of first-round picks. The NBA draft is tonight. Your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch/listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a special companion show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Kayte Christensen.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Hey, how come it's special guest host Jay Mars, but then it's the Carmichael Dave Show with Kayte Christensen when she's in? And he's normally here.
I'm surprised you pay attention to that.
I pay attention to everything.
Thank you for pointing that out, by the way, Nate. Like,
pointing what out?
The fact that you generally don't pay attention to this poor guy.
Everything. I get this from her all the time. I'm always paying. I may not be.
Yesterday, you weren't even looking at me. You're looking at your phone storage.
May not be.
In a different world.
Storage.
You asked me a question and you just went off. You just put your head down and we're in a different universe.
I multitask. I
Okay.
may not be making eye contact with you. I may not be active listening, but I'm hearing everything you say.
Can you ask me the question again?
Jay's normally here.
Yeah.
But when Jay is in Katie's seat, you say, it's Carmichael Dave Show with special guest host, Jay Mars. Katie's never here, but you just came back by saying it's a Carmichael Dave Show with Kayte.
So
but I'm saying I feel like that should be flipped.
All right, let's start it all over.
So-
Go ahead, Nate.
Okay. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host Kayte Christensen.
Now he'll leave you alone.
Okay. Thank you.
What'd you say?
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Let's go safer out. Katie edition right now, please.
Okay.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Or Kayte Christensen. Come on, voice guy. We just had this conversation
This
2
guy.
seconds ago.
This guy is not a professional.
Question 1.
Question number 1. The Giants won their 10th in a row yesterday.
That's a fact.
Kayte, we know you were a pro basketball player. Did you ever get into softball?
Did I ever get into softball? No, I ran track, so they are at the same
nice.
time. So I did track and field.
What did you run?
I did the 100 and 300 hurdles. I did the high jump. I ran the 4x1 and the 4x4 relay. I did shot put. I really did whatever we needed points in. But the hurdles were, I always did those.
And this was up back home, right?
Yeah.
Were they having?
No, I grew up there, and then I went on a bus to a whole different place.
No, I got you.
And-
I asked because, and I mean this is going to sound bad, and I mean this with all love. Were they having issues filling out the track team?
No, our track team was dominant, right? So we won
'Cause I
everything.
don't get fast out of you.
I actually was pretty good.
I get athlete.
I still have the record in the 1 and 300 hurdles.
What do you mean you don't get fast out of her?
I've known Katie a long time. I've never really known of her as speedy.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Dave has known me post any type of athletic playing career.
But there's still
so he's like,
some
I don't
leftovers.
get speed. Excuse
I'm saying,
me.
like, you
when
know,
have you seen it? When have you seen me do anything athletic other than completely rebuild your man cave?
Basically every day you spend in your backyard is something athletic, but it's more of like strength lifting and weeding and stuff.
I am multifaceted.
I'm trying to think of anything.
So no,
I've
I
seen you-
never got into softball. My brother was a big time baseball player, so loved it.
It is something I've seen you
But
be
softball.
fast at. We did go to that sushi buffet. Number 2.
Number 2.
It's quick. Look at this.
Safe or out?
Which do you think you have a better chance of doing? Striking out a major league player or getting a hit off a major league pitching or getting a hit off major league pitching? Excuse me.
So this is a question that's often been bantered around with people. I wanted to have this question with you in here, and I want to be very clear. Really, really clear.
Okay.
The headline here is there's virtually no chance at either. Like, let's just be clear about that. Like, this isn't one of those, I can get a hit off the pitch. If you give me enough time. Yeah, okay, dude. And then you're in there against 94. It's
Pitching's way harder. I don't think you could throw one strike.
I completely disagree with you.
You could throw a strike
I'm
on
saying if you told me that I was for eternity, I was caught in some hellish limbo.
Yeah, like
where-
Doctor Strange.
Where all I did was alternate between facing an average major league pitcher as a hitter and facing an average major league batter as a pitcher. And I wasn't allowed out of hell into heaven until I either got a legit hit, not an error, a legit hit, or struck somebody out or got them out, let's say. Well, in this case, it struck them out. I totally pick I would strike them out first. Why, you ask? Not because of my overpowering fastball or amazing curveball, because you see that all the time when you have Brandon Crawford, who, by the way, almost hit 90, but when you have position players go in and pitch, it's so different to the hitter from what they're used to that they end up tearing their knees off because they're swinging like a corkscrew trying to hit a home run. So neither of them's easy, but I would probably say strike out before get a hit.
Is there like a C other option?
There's no.
As in, like, I have a better shot at getting hit by
yeah.
Are we all right-handed?
We're
all right-handed?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've seen me play softball.
I have.
I've only done it a couple times, and it's been with you.
Yes.
And then
the Wounded Warriors.
when we did the show together years ago, Nate and I played for the
CPS
softball,
team, yeah.
the league. I'm athletic, but this is not my sport. I definitely could not pitch. I mean, I've got the leverage, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
But I mean, I could also throw it from the pitcher's mound and hit third base. You have no control.
You don't know where it's going?
No control.
Maybe that helps you.
No control.
Maybe they're scared, right? Maybe it's like in Bull Durham where you hit the ball. Nate, you?
I'm taking the bat. If it's a scenario like you described, I feel like I'm going to get a hit way before I could throw a pitch. Or I guess in that scenario, you're not throwing your arm out, right? Your arm, let's take tiredness out of it, because pitching, you're going to throw, 10,000 pitches probably before you get your first strike? I'm just not confident in your...
Jesus, dude.
I don't know.
I'm going to be able to throw strikes.
So Dave did play a little baseball, which he likes to try and hide. But I'm gonna keep that
fine. But
to myself.
I want to be... No, you literally can't say the thing and then say I'm going to keep it to myself.
But I'm not saying to the extent which you play.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear. It's not my massive, awesome, super crazy baseball skills that I don't have anymore. I'm saying, could I throw the ball and after warming up, throw mostly strikes, or at least in the vicinity of a strike? Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying my lack of velocity.
At a solid, 55 miles per hour.
I think that's about right.
That's something.
I think it'd be high 50s now, is what I'm guessing. Maybe I touched 60 once. But either way, to them, it's like 12 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Butterflies landing on it, But I'm saying that's so different to them. They're not used to that.
I understand.
So it takes them a second to
change
catch
up.
up.
Takes them a second, though, but if you're in that world
still
forever.
Get hit on
yeah,
very
probably.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Safe or out?
Now, this is a tough one.
What Katie do? Hurdle cows? She didn't live on a farm. No, she did, actually.
Yeah.
Katie
No, we actually
had
had hurdles. It was crazy.
Did you?
Yeah.
They weren't made out of hay or a
It
piece
wasn't
of
a hay
metal.
bale.
Gotcha. All right, number 3.
Peanuts or Cracker Jacks, just like the song.
Yeah.
What food do you have? Do you have to
Nate is
have
struggling
at a
this
Katie,
morning.
this is on brand.
Yeah, this is totally on brand for Nate.
What food do you have to have at a ball game?
Nate is so funny at reading that it's right
so
on the borderline.
funny at reading?
No, you mess up your reading
Just say
so
back,
much
yeah.
that it's on the borderline of you don't want to joke about
If
it.
he wrote it, he'd probably read it well. It's because this is your.
No.
This
Did
is
you hear
your
my
writing.
updates?
Yeah. No, it's what
so good.
You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between making fun of your buddy, you didn't get that right, and then sometimes you start thinking is there a?
I'm taking it as motivation.
Is there a problem?
Yeah,
motivated.
It's gonna get better.
Are we laughing at
I thought that months ago.
Yeah, are we laughing
So
at?
is this one of your questions where I have to pick peanuts or Cracker
No,
Jacks?
no.
Oh, good.
If you had read the question.
No, it says peanuts or Cracker Jacks.
And then
what food do you have to have at a ball game? That's why I asked you, because I'm the first part makes it seem
peanuts,
like you have
Cracker
to.
Jack. I see how you. I see how you could.
Neither one of those.
You don't have to have either one. I'm saying what food do you have to have at a ball game?
Nachos with jalapenos on them. And like ballparks now have like all the stuff.
With like those pickled like
I
canned
like
jalapenos. No,
but
I know.
The cheese,
I like the ones now that you can get that it's not just the cheese and the jalapenos, but it's all the stuff.
Yeah.
All the
heartburn.
Let's be honest, food at arenas, ballparks, all of that is so different than your standard concession that we were used to even 10 years ago.
Yes.
I mean, they got full on like
So
culinary experiences.
Right. Yeah, I can get a lamb salad with Kalamata olive tapenade for only $29 with my hazy
after paying $100 for parking.
Right,
And
exactly.
no, I get you.
Just give me the canned. And can I say this before we go to break? When I go to Sam's Club with my wife, we always pass by the can of nacho cheese sauce. Like
they have that?
They have a big industrial can, like literally, I'm not exaggerating, of nacho cheese sauce. And it's like $8.99. And I always want to buy it.
Now you know what to get me for my birthday.
But here's my thing. She never lets me get it. And she's right, because like, what do you do after the initial round of nachos and you still have all the can left? Does it freeze?
Yes.
Do you make notchsicles?
Notchsicles.
I know. Like, what do you do with it? For real?
Freeze it in littler containers, and then you can pull it out when you're ready to use it. It'll be just fine.
Well, that begs the next question, which is, does nacho cheese go bad? Couldn't you just probably leave it out on the counter for years and it's still nacho cheese?
I want to pretend that I'm not eating something that is going to be.
Only we're talking about dairy.
Like the Velveeta cheese that is not in the cheese section. It's down the aisle.
Yes.
Like,
that's what this is.
With all the dry stuff.
This is Velveeta cheese with chemicals in it.
It stays good if you leave it in your Hoblet Dodge overnight.
Well, did you see what you did there? Look at you. Look at you. By the way, nacho cheese. God, this is so fat of me to say. Nacho cheese, wonderful topping for a hot dog. Just saying.
It's good on everything.
It really is. Wait, what? Carmichael Dave here for Hoblet. My good friends at Hoblet, who I don't have this confirmed per se, but I'm imagining also fans of nacho cheese. And how could you not be? Now, don't bring that into your brand new truck because the 4th of July sales event is here. Wouldn't you like to have that new truck, that new Jeep, so you can just own summertime, go camp? Think about it. You've thought about this before. Go camping, bring your fishing poles on the weekend, tent in the back, staring at the stars, bring in your dog or kids or both or whatever. Well, you can do all that. Right now, you can lease a new 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe for only $379 a month for 36 months with $5,000 down. That's a savings of up to $13,500, or you can save up to $9,250 off MSRP. Plus, get $3,750 in federal tax credit for a savings of $13,000 on those brand new Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe. Whether you lease or you buy the new Jeep Wrangler, you can save up to $13,000 or more. The only decision is which one you want, because they got a great selection of those 4xe, over 50 available. Search, select, and save at hobletdodge.com. Get up there today. Tell me, good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the NBA went indiscriminately crazy yesterday, started the trades early. We got a big one for you. We'll break it down after this.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
over there
are statistically,
it's still alive.
Unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It ignites something inside of you. Lightning and the thunder. It's Thunder Valley's $20,000 20th anniversary cash giveaway. 5 winners on Friday and Saturday nights in June. One very lucky guest wins $20,000 guaranteed. See it, hear it, feel it.
Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cattle suggesting you celebrate your 4th of July the right way with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers from Green Acres Nursery and Supply. Our Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned us into pros. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. Built different, built better, and built to last. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills, now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories. Now is the time to take care of your 4th of July.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
From our conversation, you can get an out pitching, but no chance at a strikeout. Sorry, I'll give you more of a chance of getting a hit, though. I think getting a strikeout if you're a pitcher, that's certainly next level. I think you have a better chance of striking somebody out than you do hitting major league pitching. That's just me. Unless it's like one of those things in the movies where
you gotta do it 3 times.
I know. Well, that's where it's
versus once.
It's gotta be one of those things where it's like just this banana ball and they just wind up to hit it and just whiff massively. Also, a lot of people wanting to talk about nacho cheese. Well, some guy mentioning that he went to a bachelor party and they had to finish a can of nacho cheese before the weekend finished.
Oh, wow.
I don't feel like that's difficult if you have friends and chips. And
it depends on how big it is. That's
true. And also a shot at the nacho cheese at Golden One Center. Needs to be simple, like at a Little League game. Now, I agree with that. Just get me a squirter and get me the thing that you can put your chips under. And you hit the little thingy, and it squirts the cheese out.
Kind of like the popcorn, the butter.
The butter, yes. Make it. It's all cheaper and easier. And I don't want food. I don't want Colby Jack Gouda Gruyere, blah blah, melted on top of homemade.
So you want both options?
No, I actually just want the junky option.
Okay, then I want both options.
You want the gourmet option?
Yeah, it's so good.
You know what? If you want gourmet food, how about go to a restaurant? I'm at a ball game. I don't need
here's
pulled
the
pork
difference. Like, I don't
with...
consume sports as a fan, you know, because when I'm there, I'm working. So I don't really get to eat at the I don't get to eat at the arena.
Yeah,
like I don't
except when you're begging for a hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was starving,
Please
Dave.
bring me a hot dog.
And you are so old that you cheered and threw your back out and couldn't walk to the media room and get me a hot dog. You, by the way, derailed this conversation. But no, I don't get to consume sports as a fan. So I don't really get to be up at the concessions and see. So I actually like it when I do have that chance to like see what they have.
I'm so thinking of something to throw you under the bus for later in the show now. Can't believe you disclosed my playoff back injury, by the way. I literally played through game 2 injured as a fan.
Yeah.
And that's
you cheered through game 2.
I cheered through it.
Injured.
Thank you, Vlade. Number 2. Wait, number 2. Hold on a second. Did I just do number 2?
Yeah.
Like we're in the middle of leading off.
What's happening?
Here's Woj talking about the trade.
Boston decided that it was going to move on from those 3-team talks with the Clippers and the Wizards. The Celtics were going to send Malcolm Brogdon to the Clippers. And when they just couldn't get that deal finalized, they pivoted. And Washington started to talk again with Memphis. There had been some conversations. And Marcus Smart had been a player the Grizzlies had targeted for obvious reasons. You see how he fits with that Grizzlies roster, bringing in his veteran toughness, his experience in the postseason, his leadership, all elements that they really wanted in Memphis.
So
thanks for bringing him to the Western Conference, by the way.
You have Washington, you have Boston, you have Memphis, all involved in this trade. And, because of the way the sports world works, everything you see today, for the most part, is going to be some talking head on ESPN or whatever, just slobbering all over what Boston has done. And it's worth talking about. You'll hear that everywhere. Trust me. I think the headline on this whole thing is, wow, oh my God, the Grizzlies.
No, it is. I think that's the biggest deal. I think they won this entire thing.
I agree.
And it's crazy to me how it came about. Because originally the deal was with the Clippers, with Malcolm Brogdon, and it broke down because they were concerned about his medical his medical records.
I don't know why you can have a big three all that doesn't play.
It's crazy to me because it's like, of course you're going to be ultra sensitive about anybody else you bring in because you've got Kawhi Leonard and Paul George who, my goodness, medically miss a lot of time and you pay them a lot of money. So you understand their hesitation there. And so the original deal seemed very straightforward.
Right.
Brogdon was going to the Clippers. Porzingis was going to the Celtics. And then there was one pick involved. One pick. It was a 30th pick, right?
Yeah.
And that was going to the Wizards.
Hold on.
Yes, it was this. It was the agreement was.
Oh, you're talking about the original.
The original one.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So you were talking earlier in the show about the 2 first-round picks that were involved.
Yes.
That all changed. What the point of this is, they so badly wanted Porzingis that they were going to make this deal happen no matter what.
Yes.
And in the end, they end up getting more than they bargained for.
Memphis sends Boston their first-round pick in today's draft. That's the 25th overall. The Golden State Warriors top 4 protected first-round pick in 2024, which is certainly almost guaranteed to convey next year.
The second deal ends up being better for Boston.
And then Tyus Jones ships off from the Grizzlies to the Wizards. So Memphis, in effect, gave up their probably 2 late firsts. Interestingly enough, too, that they were able to do that. They were able to trade because the Warriors pick was not theirs. That's why they could do 2 years in a row. And they get Marcus Smart, which basically comes down to this.
So everyone's talking about Boston and it's Memphis.
Yes, because you just replaced effectively Dillon Brooks on that roster with Marcus Smart. And Marcus Smart is who Dillon Brooks thinks he is.
Yeah, it's such a good analogy.
It really is. Marcus Smart is a gamer. He's tough.
Yeah.
He is absolutely.
He actually has winning experience. He's a former defensive player of the year.
Yeah, year before last.
Yeah,
you guys are
not
missing,
very far removed.
And by the way, you now have the last 2 defensive players of the year on the same team, Jaren Jackson and now Marcus Smart.
Yeah,
the biggest thing here you guys are missing is Marcus Smart's hair is green.
He's going to have to make it blue now.
Nate, it doesn't take long for a man to change his hair color. Women do it all the time, but it grows out.
Nate's saying his natural hair color is green, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, and why he fit in with the Celtics so much.
No, but that's, to me, I look at things through Kings lenses, right? When you look at what's going on in Memphis this offseason, with everything going on with Ja Morant and the suspension coming up, it's scary that they picked up Marcus Smart to me, because I think that is a huge get. It's going to help them quite a bit in that segment of time where they're missing Ja Morant.
He's going to be able to play that point guard just fine.
And, Tyus Jones was very good for them, but you have to give credit to Memphis. They have done an excellent job of drafting and developing players.
Yes.
And a lot of them are now starting to really come into that sweet spot in their career.
They're going to be a problem. They're going to go up almost certainly with a Marcus Smart, Desmond Bane backcourt, Luke Kennard in there somewhere, whether it's at the 2 or the 3, Jaren Jackson, Steven Adams, and you've still got guys like Zaire Williams.
What's the other guy's name? Why am I blanking on it right now?
Kenneth Lofton.
I'm talking about the foreign guy.
John Conchar.
Yes,
Xavier Tillman.
Yep. Conchar is really good.
Santi Adama.
Yeah,
they've
Santi is really. They have
absolutely
some great players.
They really do,
Yeah.
and Lofton might be my favorite one at all because he looks like not an NBA player yet. Somehow he has these graceful moves. Very, very good. Very, very good trade on the surface for the Memphis Grizzlies, and we'll break more of that down later. When we come back, today is the NBA draft. Will it be anticlimactic? And will you be okay if Monty McNair trade deadlines this draft? I'll explain what we mean next.
Sactown Sports is your source for the 49ers.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
Did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Cal had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us. And just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Tune into Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com for the latest 49ers offseason developments.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to all the newest technology and an industry-leading warranty. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Audiences and top critics everywhere are awestruck by director Wes Anderson's Asteroid City.
People liked it. Oh, I'm sure I did.
New York Magazine raves it's a masterpiece.
I don't like the way that guy looked at us.
Okay.
The alien.
Yes, the alien.
It's terrifically entertaining. Detain all witnesses. This is Wes Anderson's best movie ever.
That's correct.
It's true.
Jason Schwartzman, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks.
I like the desert. I like aliens.
Asteroid City, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters everywhere tomorrow.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but it's been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 74 years. Look for made in America brands like Stanton, Sam Moore, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sale event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Oh, God, he's back.
Who's back?
The clown.
The naked one?
Yes, Giggles. He just drove on the lot in a new Kia.
What, does he want to trade it in?
No, he wants to show it off.
God, isn't he showing off enough? Oh, here he comes.
See what Elk Grove Kia did for me? That's service. That's why they got my business, not you.
Yeah, I think we've already seen too much of your business. Thank you.
Elk Grove Kia. Great service for everyone.
Elk Grove Kia has never made it easier for you to show it off. Like the hottest all-electric EV in the market, the luxurious EV6. Save big with lease specials of $10,000 below MSRP. Not just one or two, but every EV6 in stock. Don't worry about credit. No credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Don't worry. Our team has over 100 years of experience. Others say no. Elk Grove Kia says yes. Get your EV6 today at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or elkgrovekia.com and show it off today.
Elk Grove Kia.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network. Well, coming up in August, the A's will induct the next class into the A's Hall of Fame. It'll be before the A's play the Giants on Sunday, August 6th. And what a group. Jason Giambi, World Series champions Carney Lansford and Gene Tennis, five-time All-Star and former Philadelphia Athletic Bob Johnson, and the great voice of God, Roy Steele. The induction ceremony, the A's and the Giants on August 6th. Ken Korak here, introducing you to the Xfinity 10G network. Xfinity is undergoing a multi-year network evolution, giving you a powerful connection today while building toward a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The Xfinity 10G network gives you the fastest internet with even faster speeds rolling out all the time. You also get a consistent and reliable connection when everyone's online, even during peak hours. That's a home run. If you want to learn more, go online at xfinity.com/10G.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's point guard Marcus Smart is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis moving to the Celtics. Boston will also receive a pair of first-round picks. The NBA draft is tonight. Your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch and listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a special companion show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host Kayte Christensen.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Anybody update me, by the way, on I guess this submarine still
I was just looking at that.
below the surface.
They can't find it. They're supposed to run out of oxygen today.
Yeah, it's supposed to run out of oxygen. Here's something. The guy who was the CEO, I said last year, what did I say last night? His name was Stockton Rush, or something, which it is.
It's something cool.
Yeah, Stockton Rush, which, again, sounds like the hockey team, but it's a guy. All right, hold on a second. Did you just turn up the thermostat like hotter?
It was on an uneven number.
Oh, Dave.
I needed to fix
I
it
appreciate
for you.
that.
Yeah.
But you made it uneven warmer though. Okay.
I even dressed warmly for today.
I don't know why I didn't bring in like a down jacket for you. Hey, do you have we have breaking news. Do you have the sounder, please?
Yes. I just, when you say this, I don't know if it's actually breaking news.
No, this is absolutely breaking news. Sorry.
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sactown Sports breaking news.
All right, breaking news. Woman cold.
Yeah, see, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it. I just,
Yeah.
You got me because you looked at the screen.
You don't need to apologize.
You should apologize.
Because
breaking news.
I worked with him for
Cold.
a long time, and none of this phases me.
Woman cold. That's a good
breaking news. Never happened. Stockton Rush is the pilot and also CEO of this Titanic tour submarine thing. His wife. This is not a bit, by the way. I'm not doing a bit. I wouldn't do a bit about this. Is actually the great-great-granddaughter of 2 first-class passengers on the Titanic. As a matter of fact, in the movie, there's a fictionalized couple based on them. In the movie, they even provide little screenshots of them.
Those are the owners of Macy's.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
The owners of Macy's were on the Titanic?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and she wouldn't leave. They were trying to get her on a boat.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to get women out first, and she wouldn't leave. She said that she was going to stay with her husband, and whatever his fate was going to be hers.
Oh, wow.
And they both died?
They both died?
Yeah, there was an unfortunate turn in that story.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. Alternate universe, you and I are on a boat. I got a chance to get off.
That is just
the boat.
Terrible coffee. I mean,
the coffee?
Oh, the coffee. I thought
it's just terrible.
What do you want? Really Starbucks, Katie? It's a radio station.
Yeah.
And one of them's a country station.
Well, it is name brand. It's like a pretty higher brand coffee.
It is. And Tom Maley's the one making the coffee, and he can't even hear. You want
what does that have to do?
I
should be better at it.
I can't even hear. Today's the NBA draft, everybody. Congratulations, you made it. This is the beginning of the really most exciting part of what is always a crappy summer when it comes to basketball, because you're going to have, I'm saying normally summers are boring for the most part, until the season training camp starts. But this is going to be the exciting part because you have the draft, you've got the free agency, you've got Summer League.
You got Summer League, and then you got a break.
But Summer League really isn't. Are you going, by the way?
I'm trying to decide.
Why would you go?
I don't really
There's
think I'm
nothing
going
there.
to. Yeah.
First off, it sucks, and you know that. Secondly, nothing like we're.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Listen,
now,
I know.
If Chris Murray gets drafted, then maybe, right?
For me, it's a lot less about who gets drafted and just, child stuff.
Bring your kid.
Yeah, let's bring my 4-year-old to Vegas.
She wouldn't enjoy the shinies?
The shinies?
The sparklies?
Oh my
The
gosh.
California Classic, anyways, is going to have the top 2 picks, it's going to have our guy.
I'm not going to be here for that, though. I'm going to be out of town. That's my dad's birthday. So
Katie, I forget. Do you usually call the California Classic?
You know
How does
what?
that work?
We did it one year, like a couple years ago. And I'm going to be honest. I was trying to figure out if I had to be here for it to call it. And I made a few phone calls, and I've been waiting for a response.
I knew this was going to be the end of it. This is a Katie special.
So I was like,
nobody's told me.
No, I mean,
so
I can't.
I made some plans.
I can't.
Yeah.
No one could. They couldn't figure out what the answer was.
You wouldn't want to be on the call for Victor Wembanyama's possible debut.
No, David.
Wow.
I don't.
Well, it's also right.
Doesn't really.
4th of July is in between. It's 3 and 5.
3 and 5.
Yeah. So my dad's birthday is on the 5th.
So,
happy birthday!
Hey, happy birthday! So is my cousin Gabrielle. Let's let's get them all together, have a party. Here's the thing. I said this before. Victor Wembanyama is 100% going to a fireworks show in Sacramento, right? Like they have that day off between the 3rd and the 5th when they're playing. They're going to be in Sacramento for the 4th of July.
Yeah, I wonder if fireworks in Paris are better than in Sacramento.
No, maybe. Actually,
Paris does have a great 4th of July fireworks show.
They do.
Right, but we're here. But Independence Day and fireworks are also about.
But this is
celebrating.
America.
Right, we're about celebrating like a military victory and all that.
Different meaning in America.
I don't think they've ever had. Has France ever won anything? Did you put up fireworks for?
Shots taken.
Surrender works.
Those cheaters.
So here's my question about the draft. The good thing about winning, or the bad thing I should say about winning, is that it makes your summers a little more boring usually.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first year in a long time the Kings have not had 16
where
years.
We're not talking about a lottery pick. We're not
the
talking
savior
about,
of the team.
The whole ceremony of going and having your, finding out what pick you're going to get.
Right.
I think that this summer has been very different, and it's hard to kind of miss out on the Victor Wembanyama kind of hype and all this stuff. But from a Kings perspective, it's like, wow, this is a very peaceful summer.
Yes. And
free agency is where it's going to start to get a little bit more.
That's where the caution is, because it appears that it's going to be a ho-hum. Like, maybe Chris Murray slides. Okay, that would be cool if they could pick him at 24. Assuming they keep their pick, it's going to be, tonight they're going to draft Philibert Von Dinkeldangle, and tomorrow we're all going to be
on a jersey.
We're all going to be experts on him. The thing is, man, he really can't create a shot off the dribble, and honestly, he's an underrated defensive player.
Yeah, so that's the tough thing for me when it comes to the draft is everyone's takes, and you know what? I understand. I understand people's desire and need for it, especially if you're an NBA consumer and you maybe don't consume a lot of international ball or college ball. Like, you want the expert's take on it. Here's my expert take on it. It's a crapshoot. Nobody has any idea what these guys are going to end up being. There's been plenty of number one picks that have completely crashed and burned and are out of the league.
Yes.
And there's been plenty of second round picks that have gone on to win MVP. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really is a crapshoot. But when it comes to Wembanyama, I think that because of this day and age, we all have seen him enough now because of the coverage of him this last year. We kind of know what he is, but I want people to also keep this in mind. This is a 7'5", 19-year-old kid that is coming into the NBA.
Yes.
The toughest position in the NBA to adjust to coming in as a kid. These are kids. They're not full grown men yet. They have not grown into their bodies. They have not fully developed.
Yes.
The toughest position to kind of ease your way into in the NBA is the center position, because you're battling with grown men that have the experience and the physicality that surpasses what you've got just in pure athletic ability and skill. So I'm really curious to hear all the takes on how he's going to change the Spurs franchise and what the expectations are for him the first year. I don't have high expectations.
Well, especially with Chet Holmgren last year. It's not an exact comparison, but it was the last time you saw this ridiculously tall
and we
dude.
haven't seen him.
And we haven't seen him. And now
they get injured more than anything else too.
I think what we don't talk about enough is that, assuming that they're both at least kind of healthy most of the time, like, what an interesting concept, especially both being in the Western Conference, Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama checking each other, and this new era. Remember not that long ago when the big man position was dead? And now the last three MVPs, the top two vote getters, have pretty much all been centers. Giannis, I think, thrown in there, who might as well be a center.
Well, that's because, though, right? It dies out. It dies out, and then they can just tear up down low, right? And get those stats and win.
Yeah, but it's just cyclical.
What? I don't understand that.
He's saying, like, if there's no good big men, then the big man comes in, he can dominate because there's nobody to check.
I'm not saying that's why Jokic and Embiid.
Yeah.
I'm saying, that's part of it.
But now we've got.
I disagree. I don't think that's really part of it.
Now you have Giannis. If you want to call him a big man, throw him out then. If you don't, you have Embiid, you have Jokic,
AD,
you have Anthony Davis, you have DeMontis Sabonis. You now are adding Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren. By the way, I'm telling you right now, if there was a player I could buy stock in, like a stock where you can buy him low, give me Alperen Şengün of the Houston Rockets.
I love his game.
I love his game so much.
And he is so raw and so young.
That's exactly right. He is raw. He is young. But you can see, you want to talk about somebody. He's not going to be Jokic, but you want to talk about somebody that reminds you when you go back and look at Jokic tape when he was young, where you could just see the instincts.
He's going to, they have all that talent in Houston.
Yes.
He is going to be the centerpiece, and he should be.
You're 100% right. I would take Alperen Şengün off of anyone on Houston right now, and they've got a lot of young talent. All right, more on that later. We'll take a break. When we come back, 3 for Madness brought to you by Fire Wings. Let's talk about the Kings. Let's talk about De'Aaron, and let's talk about the offseason. So it's a King-centric 3 for Madness with Kayte Christensen next.
And the draft is everything. I love it.
With the first pick in the NBA draft.
Sactown Sports has you covered for the 2023 NBA Draft on Thursday, June 22nd. Who will the Kings select with the 24th pick?
The Sacramento Kings select.
Will they trade the pick? Jason Ross and Chris Watkins will bring you a special Sactown Sports NBA Draft show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. the night of the draft.
Sactown Sports coverage of the 2023 NBA Draft is brought to you by Power Business Technology.
For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Byers Leaf Guard Gutter System and Roofing.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
To protect your home from the top down, start from the roof line up. Get clog-free Byers Leaf Guard gutters, fire-safe roofing from Byers Roofing, and power your home with Byers Solar. Act now for $500 off Byers Leaf Guard gutters at thatsbyers.com.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. You know it's Jeep season. I keep hearing about the new Jeep Wrangler 4xe. Chad, do you have any deals this month?
Right now, you can lease a new 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe for only $379 a month for 36 months with $49.95 due at signing. That's a savings of up to $13,500, or you can save up to $92.50 off MSRP, plus get $37.50 in federal tax credits for a total savings of over $13,000.
Whether I lease or buy the new 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe, I can save up to $13,000 or more.
Yeah, and now the only decision is which one you want, because we have a great selection of Wrangler 4xes with over 50 available.
Find your perfect vehicle now when you search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com.
$13,500 in total net savings after $11,000 factory rebates and $2,500 dealer discount. Rebates include $7,500 federal tax credit, $3,000 carb rebate, and $500 California bonus cash. Must be California resident qualify. 36-month lease term, $49.95 cash due at signing, plus tax, license, and accessories on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. 25 cents per mile charge of over 10,000 miles per year. $92.50 total net savings after $57.50 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discount, plus optional $37.50 tax credit may apply for buyers who meet current federal tax standards only. Subject to change. See your CPA for qualifications. For California residents only, 5 weeks net savings. See dealer for details.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Sam Amick will be joining us at 9 a.m. perhaps. You know, we were talking yesterday. He is off camping with the family. So we'll see how the reception is. And the gingosity is up in the mountains. He's like my son. He's got
the gingosity. That's what I thought.
A couple of gingers.
Yep.
Oh. 3 for Madness brought to you by Fire Wings. 21 different flavors to choose from, but just 3 questions here. Fire Wings, just wing it. Nate, question 1.
So I wrote these this morning, so we'll test the theory.
Yeah.
We'll test the theory.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Uh-huh.
Which all-time Kings trade hurt you the most in the moment, but turned out for the best? There's 3 big ones I'm kind of thinking of.
Yeah.
All right, throw them
maybe
out.
4.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So you got Mitch and Chris, right?
Uh-huh.
You got Bibby and Jay Will.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you got Halliburton, right? That's the most recent, and then Cousins.
Yeah. So it was a Cousins trade.
That one hurt the most.
Here's why. And let me just explain it. So Jason Williams for Bibby, I was stoked on. I love Jay Will. Bibby's just a better point guard. Just next level better point guard. Jay Will is a more exciting one.
Yeah.
Bibby's a better point guard.
You knew that at the time. When the trade.
I think. Look, I think, and that doesn't make me special. I think most people, the consensus was Mike Bibby was a true classic team leading point guard. Jason Williams was one of the more exciting players in basketball who had amazing skills, but we don't ever see highlight reels of that behind the back pass going into the 8th row and hitting an old lady, which happened many times. So she's
okay, by the way.
She's fine.
She's okay.
Well,
I was a huge Chris Webber fan in college. I loved Mitch, but Chris that's my favorite trade of all time. So I was excited about that. You mentioned a third one other than Cousins. Halliburton.
Yeah.
I was a Sabonis fan forever.
Yeah.
I loved that trade. So yeah, that one, the Cousins one, because it was just, but for more than that, it was just sad to see the end of that and the way it ended and how there was just so much crap on either side, and DeMarcus acted stupid and the franchise acted stupid and both sides made dumb mistakes, and it was just it was sad, but it was also necessary.
Yeah, so I'm kind of with you. Like Tyrese hurt because it was so early in his career, right? And you could see how great he's going to be, and he's such a joy to be around. And he plays with such joy, and he plays for his team, and he's happy, and like all of those things. It hurt.
Yeah.
But I was like, listen, this team needs a Domantas Sabonis. that is the reality. Like, you can't have Tyrese and De'Aaron side by side. And people are saying, oh, well, why wouldn't you keep De'Aaron? Or why wouldn't you send De'Aaron away? Like, I'm not going to get caught in the weeds on that. Like, that trade, yes, it hurt, but I agree with you. Cousins hurt the worst. I think a lot of it hurt because how it went down when he found out. I thought that was really unfortunate.
That is surreal. That video, I honestly don't even believe it's
the video
true.
is you're speaking of is of Kings PR guy Chris Clark, who was at the All-Star game in New Orleans, by the way, where he was traded. Whispering in his ear, and you literally see DeMarcus Cousins being told about him being traded.
Why did he do that?
Why not Chris do it?
Yeah, why not?
Well, no.
All reporters were about to ask him.
It was a heroic move by him, and the worst thing in his life.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, he had to get to Boogie before he was asked about it and surprised. What the problem there was just, again, I'm not defending DeMarcus, and Lord knows he had his issues, but for example, what you're talking about is just another example of how just ridiculously stupid this franchise was run in the beginning, and how people just didn't
But it's also indicative, and that is what prompted the NBA to change the deadline.
Yes.
So that would not happen again. That is so
the Kings
bad.
Actually were so bad at things that the NBA changed a rule to protect them.
To protect
By the way,
players.
we got to get to question 2. Let me just say, I know you were talking about modern day, but that was a different type of hurt. I'll tell you right now, the trade that hurt more than anything is one you didn't mention. That's when Chris Webber got traded to Philadelphia. Kenny Thomas, Brian Skinner,
I mentioned
somebody.
Chris and Mitch.
You mentioned Chris coming here. When Chris Webber got traded to Philly, that was the final nail. That was, I think, what told a lot of us, even though we kind of knew that, well, that killed that era. Like that whole 2002, maybe we could make it back.
Gone.
Yeah, it was gone. That was the end of that, and that was that was the beginning of the end, with a little bit of Kevin Martin thrown in there. Number 2.
Question 2.
Can we confidently say De'Aaron Fox is the best point guard the Kings have ever had?
Yes.
Get a little more
positive.
I think so.
Even the group that's like, well, he hasn't got as far as Mike Bibby. Well, and I understand that, but it's an entire
just
team
isolate
there.
games, right? Isolate games. It's different. He's certainly played. Mike Bibby played with a much better supporting cast.
Yes.
De'Aaron is just kind of starting to enter that prime spot of his career.
Yeah.
And what he's capable of and the growth we've seen is pretty phenomenal. Yeah, I think it's safe to say he's the best point guard in franchise history.
And that's no offense to Bibby or Williams, but
era,
in Sac era, De'Aaron Fox is the best point guard.
Yeah.
That argument
and that's
is
just
over.
the progression of the game.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
I have a quick follow-up question. Kayte, a long time ago, I heard you somewhere, I totally forget, say that even if the Kings win a title in the future, fans are still going to feel like that 01-02 era is a better team than the team that won the title. Do you still feel that way?
I do.
Yeah. I do.
That doesn't mean that they
so
won't
the
enjoy
Kings
it.
win a title this year. Everyone's gonna, like, a lot of fans, the majority will be like, that
no,
Weber era.
it's generational.
There will be a ton of excitement, obviously. You saw what happened when they ended the drought and we're back in the playoffs, and the excitement that caused. I think that a lot of it is based on the memory of the hurt, right? Of what happened. But that was also during the time of going up against Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
At peak Kobe Bryant, and it's about the era, right?
The Shaq trash talk, all that, yeah,
all of that stuff. I don't think that you can recreate that at any point. I think that was like lightning in a barrel.
Let's also acknowledge too, by the way, that it's also the classic people that get older, telling the younger people about back in the day.
I always love when you do your old voice.
You didn't see with Chris Webber and BP. And it's the same thing where, somebody be like, Joe DiMaggio.
You want to talk about Domantas Sabonis? You should have seen Vlade Divac play. Yeah.
Why do you sound like my grandpa? Number 3.
That's what you do.
Question 3.
Would you be content if the Kings had a quiet offseason? For example, just like re-signing Barnes and making a few minor tweaks here and there.
I've got to say, he's much better at reading his own stuff.
100%.
Like it is, without a doubt.
Because he wrote it.
If someone else wrote that, I would have said, would you be more content? That's how I would have read it.
Exactly. No, 100%. Yeah.
That's a good call. Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Something to think about.
So we're going to talk about this at 8:13.
Yeah.
And this is what I mean when I refer to it as Monty in a trade deadline, this whole thing. Because remember, at the trade deadline, Monty and friends were off watching, the reruns of Bambi at the IMAX while everyone else was doing trade deadline stuff. They didn't do anything. Now, Monty's either like super aggressive or is like, and he's patient. So could they go through today, tonight, tomorrow? We're just looking at every other team and we're just like, can we get involved, please? But then what happens? Monty pounces. I think he's earned the trust, although I'll hate it and I'll probably bitch about it. I think he's earned the trust to where if he runs it back next year, okay, I mean, this is your call.
Well, we've seen how much being super aggressive and making deals to make deals, how well that works out.
You're saying in the past?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Katie, it doesn't. But we also saw at the trade deadline, he didn't do anything, and everybody got mad at him.
He did a couple things, and I love how that could still work out to be something valuable, and people are going to still have that thing of like, oh, he didn't do anything.
What did he do at the trade deadline?
Kessler Edwards. I saw Jay Triano the other day, and I was talking to him about workouts. He goes, you know what the craziest thing is? He's like, the one person that has stood out the most is Kessler.
All right, Kessler Edwards aside. He was playing Parcheesi.
Got him for nothing.
I love
like
Kessler
these are
Edwards.
the deals that we're talking about.
Kessler
like
Edwards
you don't always
and I
have
are
to do a splashy deal to
I
end
agree.
up actually getting someone that is down the road going to be valuable or could be.
We all
gotta get out.
We all love Kessler Edwards.
Oh my gosh.
We're all friends.
Oh,
but I'm saying the Royal didn't do anything. Like he didn't go out and make some giant splashy move. And my point was they came back and like what, 112 of their first 13
Dave, I take
after the
things
trade
literal,
deadline?
and I think a lot of people do.
All right, we'll take a break.
Can't be just the one.
When we come back, we're going around. We're picking for parts. Today's stop, the Houston Rockets. We'll talk more about the Porzingis trade as well, leading all the way up to Sam Amy at 9 o'clock. Katie is in for Jay Mars, and we will be right back.
Get all the latest 49ers news heading into the 2023 season on Sactown Sports.
I think Brock was smart, and we kind of facilitated that he met with a bunch of different surgeons. The hope is he's ready for the regular season. We'll take it as it comes, as we're doing. He's working incredibly hard, and the early returns are really good.
Sactown Sports, Sacramento's official home for 49ers football.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
This 4th of July, it's all about selection and convenience. With 17 award-winning dealers, 20 brands, and thousands of vehicles, the Roseville Auto Mall has Northern California's largest selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. The Roseville Auto Mall, driven to be the best.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead.
With free battery testing and charging, AutoZone is here to help.
Get in zone, AutoZone. What if I need a new one?
We have the right batteries right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone. And what if I don't know how to connect it?
No problem. We have a how-to for you at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sacramento Kings basketball is back this summer. Catch 6 games of NBA action and fun for the whole family when the California Classic Summer League returns on July 3rd and 5th. The Kings will host the Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, Miami Heat, and newly added San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets with the number 1 and number 2 NBA draft picks. 2-day passes start at just $42 and include access to all 6 games. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number 1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I really didn't have feet problems. I had back problems. I had had as many epidurals that I could possibly have in 1 year. That was scary. Well, I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years, and the expert there finally convinced me to try their arch supports.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Keith actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
The people at the Good Feet store really educated me about what the arch supports could actually do. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. The future I can see now. I couldn't see it before. Where I would be without them, I have no clue. I'm Keith, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's ex-point guard Marcus Smart is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis going to the Celtics. Somehow, Boston's also getting a pair of first-round picks in that. The NBA draft is tonight. The Sacramento Kings are currently picking 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch and listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a special companion show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All of our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host Kayte Christensen.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
To this day, actor Michael Rappaport has permanently ruined Kristaps Porzingis for me because it doesn't
Best
matter.
Best Rappaport show. Friends?
Michael Rappaport?
Yeah, he was on Friends. He was Phoebe's boyfriend. He was a cop.
On Friends.
He was a cop. They broke up because he shoots a bird.
Yeah.
In his apartment.
I don't know any of the shows he was on, or if I do, I don't remember him. I know he was in True Romance, and that's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
So.
We were talking about that the other day.
But his if you've never seen his rant on Kristaps Porzingis when Porzingis was drafted, just first off, don't be around anyone. It's not safe for work. I can't underline that more. There are many bad words in it. If you go to YouTube and you search, what did he say? Tingus Pingus is what he kept calling him. It'll eventually come up, and he was not happy. As a Knicks fan, he was not happy about the drafting of Kristaps Porzingis.
You don't say.
Yeah, no, I do. I don't. By the way, I want to remind everybody, Jay will be in. He's not skipping today. He'll be doing middays. Jason's going to be doing a draft show tonight. I think Jay Johnson's filling in on one of the shows. I think afternoons.
There's
today.
been a lot of shuffling and moving pieces.
Let me take a look.
Chris Watkins in middays.
Yeah.
And then I believe, speaking of Jay Johnson, I believe he will be in with Jason. Jason will be running the show next week. I think Jay Johnson will be coming in for a few of those days. I will be attempting to join the show as much as I can. I'll be in Europe, but the show is 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. over there where I'll be at. So I'm going to actually try to do the morning show from there
in the afternoon.
Which will be really weird, including the day I arrive on Monday. I think I'll be able to join for the first 2 or 3 hours. So there'll be a couple. It's going to be a wonky week next week, but just remember, it's the summer.
What are you doing in England, Dave?
I've never been to England. So I'm hanging out there with some friends.
Cool.
And a soccer team. I'll let you guys know. We'll have fun with it all.
But today it's Whitey and Jay next, and then Rami and Jay Johnson in the afternoon.
So he's coming in the afternoon, not the midday.
The crazy thing about the afternoon show is that Simone is producing it. I don't know if she's ever produced.
Oh.
She's in on the show every day.
Oh boy,
doing the headlines.
Oh boy, here we go.
There's a lot going on here today.
Yeah, Vanderpump Rules conversation.
Yeah. What even is that show? I don't know.
A show on Bravo that they're obsessed.
You don't know what Vanderpump
No,
Rules is?
what's the goal? I really don't know.
Oh, I don't know either.
Okay.
I can't figure out why that.
I know it's a show.
I know there's some kind of scandal around
There's a cocktail
right now.
restaurant in
There's
Vegas.
a draft tonight in the NBA. I think we should definitely talk about that.
Okay, you're
Really?
right. You're the guy who keeps us on track.
Listen,
Yeah,
that's me.
Mhm.
Woof. Yeah. So every day, Katie,
Okay.
what we do is we play the role of basketball vulture, and we go from team to team, and we see if there's any parts we can pick off that team that might in fact fit on the Sacramento Kings. Some realistically, maybe.
I'm so glad you told me this so I could be prepared for
Don't
it.
be prepared. I will prepare you
That
right
is
now.
That is Dave's motto to life.
Yes.
Don't be prepared.
Don't be prepared.
It is underrated to be prepared.
That was very apparent this morning.
Yes,
When our rundown had nothing on it.
absolutely. And you know what? Show's been fantastic.
It's full now.
It's full now.
Filled it out real fast.
It's going by quick.
All right. So the Houston Rockets are today's team.
Okay. All right.
Take a look. There's their roster. Now,
I'm going to look up my own roster. I don't like your
you
roster.
can't look at my roster. Some of these players are not realistic. Like, for example, we talked earlier about Alperen Sengun.
Okay, so hold on a second.
Yes.
Does this have to be like, is this like wishful thinking, or is this have to be something that potentially could happen?
It needs to have an element of realism in it.
Well, that's no
It's not just going through and being like, well, Jalen Green would be neat. Is Houston? Could Houston possibly be looking to move him? Could the Kings have something for them? And that would rule out Alperen Sengun. I thought it would be incredibly interesting. I actually thought that Houston would be the most interesting place for Victor Wembanyama. Now, Victor Wembanyama going to San Antonio makes a ton of sense for two big reasons. Number one, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, it just follows the San Antonio luck. Secondly, because San Antonio had Tony Parker, the Spurs are France's by far most favorite team in the NBA.
Don't forget about Boris Diaw.
Oh, excuse me, and Boris Diaw. And now Victor Wembanyama being French, they already identified with the Spurs, so it makes a ton of sense. No, they did. No, anyways. But with Houston's no stranger to having a ridiculously tall foreign player come there to play the center position in Yao Ming. And Houston still, we talked about this the other day, you still see advertisements in Chinese at Houston games because that country has adopted the Rockets. Mm-hmm. Okay. What would have absolutely fascinated me, Katie, is if Houston had gotten the number one pick. Obviously, they're picking Victor Wembanyama. What do you do with Alperen Sengun? Are you benching him? Are you putting him at forward? I honestly was really curious to see what would possibly happen.
So I think the interesting thing about that is I love, and because you're doing it too, and maybe this is what's going to happen. I don't really know what to expect from Pop. Like I when you talk about first round picks or first pick in the draft for the Spurs, this is going to be their third in franchise history.
Yep.
And they're taking their third big man, which is pretty, crazy when you think about it, except for the fact that when David Robinson and Tim Duncan were drafted, they were grown.
Yes.
They weren't 19.
No, Robinson was in the
Robinson
Naval Academy.
was in the Naval Academy.
Right.
Yes. So I love that there's this assumption that he probably will, going to the Spurs, just immediately be the starter and so on and so forth and play big minutes. But San Antonio is terrible now.
Yes, they are.
The only way to get him better is to play him big. But if he went to Houston, I don't know, maybe they put Alperoon at the 4 and him at the 5, and they would go into kind of, trying, because we've seen the extremes in the NBA of the ultra big lineup, because it was Houston that did that as well, or Cleveland actually. They had Jared Allen, they had why am I blanking? Evan Mobley. They had and then they had Lauri Markkanen when they had the 3 7-footers in the starting lineup.
Yep.
So we make all kinds of assumptions.
Right. You have Towns and Gobert in Minnesota.
Yeah.
This will be interesting in San Antonio, though. And we'll talk about this later too. Obviously, Wembanyama is going to get his. What really kind of scares me is that Wembanyama said yesterday he will play in Summer League, and I don't know if that means the California Classic and Summer League, or if he's just talking about Vegas. And then he's going to go play for his country in August at some sort of tournament.
Who got hurt in Summer League last year?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I really, that's got to be some sort of internal thing going back and forth. Because if I'm the Spurs, I'm like, bro, we just saw him playing yesterday. He was playing in a game yesterday. We saw, or the day before, or not
French
yesterday,
players
last week.
Do not have a reputation of being soft. So absolutely playing.
I'm just saying, maybe slow down on the mileage.
Chet got hurt by LeBron, right?
Huh?
Who stepped on Chet's foot? Was it not LeBron?
Was it? It was just wasn't it in some summertime? Was it in?
I might be mixing something.
Yeah,
up.
I think
you are. I don't think it had anything to do with LeBron.
By the way, the last time San Antonio had the number 1 pick in the draft when they took Tim Duncan, Tom Brady was a third-team quarterback for the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah.
The Spice Girls were the number 1 musical act in the world.
Wow.
A sheep named Dolly was announced. She was a full clone.
Yeah, it was the clone. Oh my God, that was so long ago.
Named after Dolly Parton.
I wonder whatever happened to Dolly.
It was Chet Holmgren foot injury while guarding LeBron James at crossover pro-am. Jeez.
It was LeBron's fault.
Reading is difficult for you.
I know.
When you don't
because he didn't write that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, let's look back at that Porzingis trade as well. Other things happening in the NBA as well. Sam, maybe at 9 o'clock. We're right back after this. SactownSports.com.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and, and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
He might not have a badge, but we have faith in his killer instinct. Celebrate the 10th anniversary of famed detective priest, Father Brown. Stream the new season now, only on BritBox.
That sounds like a marvelous plan.
Plus, watch even more unofficial detectives in much-loved series, including Agatha Christie's Marple, Murder in Provence, and more. Expect intriguing mystery. Expect the Undetectives. Start streaming today at BritBox.com.
Hey, Scott, you look great.
Yeah, I'm feeling good and have a new job.
No, there's something different about the way you look.
To be honest, a few months ago, I had an amazing robotic hair transplant procedure at XL Medicine. It's called the artist procedure.
No way. Your hair looks completely natural, and you don't even have a scar. How did they do that?
Dude, the artist system is amazing. I have this fantastic hairline, and I'm happy with my results. XL Medicine could probably help you too, buddy.
Using the artist procedure, Dr. Singh and Dr. Graywall can target and harvest healthy hair follicles with micron-level accuracy from the back of your head and transplant them where you need it. The procedure is painless, and you'll be back doing your regular activities in a couple of days. Ask Dr. Singh and Dr. Graywall at XL Medicine about the artist procedure. Call today, 916-932-4470. That's 932-4470 for a complimentary in-person or Zoom consultation, or on the web at xlmedicine.com. That's EXCEL medicine.com. See what the artist procedure can do for you.
These are actors and not real patients.
Carmichael Dave.
He just has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
MC is one of many on the YouTube chat. Let's go to YouTube and search Sactown Sports. Would love it if MC could talk about anything other than his undying. Look, I'm a LeBron James fan too. All right, I know MC is as well, but my goodness gracious, blah blah blah. All he is,
blah blah blah.
LeBron's
blah, blah.
the greatest of all time. Well, maybe, but it's all he says over and over again. LeBron's the best. LeBron's the best. Might as well change his name to MC LeBron. No, not following me.
I am Hammer Time.
The Porzingis trade. We talked in the last segment, or the last time we talked about this was about the Memphis end of it. Well, now we put Kristaps Porzingis in at the center position for the Boston Celtics, who, by the way, have been a top 2, top 3 team over the last 2 years. I mean, we should probably stop and think about that. Boston was in the finals last year. And
do you remember what the Lakers did after they won their last title?
What, like went on vacation?
No, didn't they go on and blow up their team? And
yes.
Sign Russell Westbrook. And
yes, they tried to do a lot of things to tweak and make things better. And by the way, with Boston.
And they signed 50 all-stars to their team. Yeah.
You're now looking at, assuming they put Kristaps Porzingis at power forward, and I'm not sure that's what's going to happen. You're now looking at something like Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Horford, Porzingis, Horford. Horford would be the center, which I don't know that I buy.
It doesn't matter.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
And that's with Malcolm Brogdon now opting out, also trying to be a part of that trade. Then they found out he can't pass the physical. Excuse me. Chris Middleton opted out of the Bucks. So I don't know. In a vacuum, this is a wonderful deal for the Celtics, in my opinion. You get 2 first-round picks. You shipped out Marcus Smart. You bring in Porzingis. You can now stretch all over the place. Oh, by the way, this may not even be the headline for Boston because they've still got Jaylen Brown. We don't know that Jaylen Brown. Remember, the big rumor going into the offseason is Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are going to split up.
Yeah.
Now, if Boston turns around and trades Jaylen Brown, that's an entirely different
after
team.
Trading Marcus Smart, there's little to no chance of that happening.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Because I always thought the issue, or at least it seems like from the outside, the issue was just Jaylen Brown getting out of Jason Tatum's shadow, and those two, almost like a Kyrie LeBron thing, obviously not completely comparable, but players get this way sometimes.
I think the interesting thing about this, right, is trying to figure out from the perspective of like Brad Stevens in the front office, right? What do they envision this team looking like with Porzingis on the floor? What was the desire to have him? Is it because truly between Robert Williams and Al Horford that there wasn't like a truly like kind of the stretch big,
right?
Like Horford shot threes well in the playoffs, but that's not really his thing, right? And he doesn't do it with frequency. One of the toughest things for me about watching Porzingis is you have a 7+ footer who literally never goes inside.
No.
And it's just all perimeter. I'm like, okay, so do they think that style of play is going to open things up better for guys like Jaylen, guys like Jason to go have the ability to get inside? Because they're the way they break down the game and how they want their offense to look is in the paint or threes.
Sure.
In the paint or threes.
Yes, which failed miserably against the Heat.
When you've got guys like Robert Williams does phenomenal things.
Absolutely.
But he also crowds the paint. So I'm curious how the evolution of adding this, stretch big, is that going to solve their problem?
I think it's interesting, though, because Joe Mazzulla now is going to have that option, and you bring it up. Okay, so you have Kristaps Porzingis, who's going to be floating around the outside most of the time. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, all got it. Derek White.
Yeah.
But what happens now is that you have a choice of putting Al Horford in there, and now both your bigs are stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Or, as you said, put Robert Williams in there, and now all of a sudden, now you have that playoff between Porzingis on the outside, Robert Williams on the inside. But if they really want to open everything, I mean, you literally could have all 5 of your lineup if you're playing that lineup with Horford in there. You could have all 5 sitting on the outside playing, Globetrotters.
Well, you can even go technically small and just have Porzingis in there.
Yeah, but like Grant Williams?
Yeah, so the reality of it is, and whoever else they get to fill in their roster. I mean, there's still time. We'll see what they're going to do if there's any more moves to be made. But the reality of it is when you look at Jaylen and you look at Jason Tatum, they actually rebound the ball very well.
Yeah.
That's the big issue that you have when you kind of go to that small ball stuff is you've got to have guards that can rebound and make up for the fact that your only rebounder on the floor is, 27 feet away from the basket.
I think it needs to be acknowledged too that it takes an incredible amount of guts there's no team that's been better than the Boston Celtics over the last 2 years. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong about that.
Consistently?
I'm talking about consistently. They made it to the finals and then the Eastern Conference Finals. And I'm trying to think. I don't think anyone, am I missing one? Did the Heat? I'm trying to think.
No,
I don't know that anyone else that did the finals and then the conference finals the year before.
No.
So what I'm saying is you're taking a team.
Well, not in the last 2 years.
Over the last 2 years, exactly. That has been fantastic. That has been better than 28, 29, even 30 other teams in the NBA. And to have the cojones to say, you know what, we need to mix this up. It's not good enough. That's truly a championship or bust type of franchise.
Well, when you look at Miami, by the way, who with Pat Riley, what they have done and have done pretty consistently is just stay the course, right? Minor changes, minor adjustments, stay the course. But when you look at Boston, I think one of the things that teams actually do, Dave, that are kind of, they're perennial playoff teams, if you will. They're always expected to be in the playoffs. They get there. Their expectations every year is to get to the finals, to win, and then they fall short, right? Once you get into the playoffs, then your expectations become massive. And that's for every team that's there, right?
Absolutely.
And I think what happens with teams that quote unquote get close, right? Maybe just to fall off for the conference finals or get to the conference finals and get knocked off. They're just right there on the cusp. They generally don't make splashy moves, right? Or they make massive splashing. It's like there's no middle ground of like, oh, we're just going to add a piece here. The fact that Boston, this is a splashy move to me.
Mm-hmm.
And the sense that I have is because they are so close, you don't fidget with it. You just fine tune. Does that make sense?
It does.
And so this kind of, when it came across my phone yesterday, I'm like, this can't be right. And then I got, the trade was blown up because of a medical, because the first one that came across your alert on your phone was the original one with Malcolm Brogdon and the Clippers.
But what if you compare the Boston situation, considering what they've done the last 2 years and the fact that they are being so aggressive, and then you look over at the Kings and you go, well, they didn't even get near where Boston got the last 2 years. And so far they've been sitting tight, and they're different situations.
Yeah.
So
Every situation.
To compare the two.
So when you look at the Kings historically, one of the problems as they've been trying to kind of propel themselves forward in the league, we'll put it that way, is that they have made a decision, made a move in the offseason, didn't get the results that they were anticipating immediately, blow it up, try it again, rinse and repeat. And I think one of the things that Monty McNair has actually done incredibly well in his time, along with his Wes Wilcox front office, they've been patient.
Yes.
They understand that turning this around isn't going to happen in one season, isn't going to happen in 2 seasons. They were patient, methodical, and deliberate about their decisions and didn't get baited into what past front offices did, which was make big moves, always be active. They didn't settle for something that was not what they wanted.
No, sometimes the best moves you can make are no moves.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the trade deadline last year, a lot of other contenders were making a ton of moves. The Kings did next to nothing, Kessler, Edwards aside, and people kind of freaked out a little bit, understandably so. And then what happened? They went
go back to the year before. What were the moves other than
Halliburton?
Other than Halliburton.
I mean, that was the big
Go
move.
back to the moves that Monty has made at trade deadline. Trey Lyles.
Yeah, Corey Joseph.
No, that
Wasn't
one.
That, or was that
no, that was not. He brought in Terrence Davis. He brought in it was the Atlanta deal, and brought in God, I'm trying. What is his name? What is his Dylan? Not Dylan.
What are we talking about?
I'm talking about the deal with the year that Trey Lyles came in when Marvin Bagley went away. It was the point guard from Atlanta. Second.
We're not talking about Holiday.
No, Holiday came in with Sabonis. He was the one that was involved in the Kevin Huerter deal. Not Atlanta. It was Detroit. You know who I'm talking about.
I know.
My
Josh
goodness.
Jackson?
No.
Now I'm freaking out here. Why am I blanking on
Why am I
this?
blanking on him too?
And he was traded to.
They used him as part of the deal to get. Let's look at Atlanta's roster. Used him as part of the deal to get Kevin Huerter, and it's like it was these things. It's like these moves that he made that were at the moment. It's like okay, not a big splashy move. Use that piece for a bigger splashy move a year later.
I don't even see it.
DeLong Wright?
DeLong Wright.
Yeah.
Thank
you, God.
And that was from Detroit.
Yes.
DeLon Wright came from Detroit, came with Trey Lyles. DeLon was repackaged in part of that Kevin Huerter deal, which, by the way, was a steal, So I think that Monty has been so methodical and deliberate about return on what he's gotten and moved.
It's also, what have you done for me lately in this league too?
Yeah. But I think that also you can get, that's where a lot of times front offices fail.
Nope. I completely agree with you. We'll take a break. When we come back, we should probably mention some baseball at some point. The Giants and A's going in opposite directions, but we're going to stay here quite a bit on the NBA draft tonight and just speaking in generalities about the Kings both tonight and in the past. We've got trades that have happened. Obviously, if anything happens today, we will keep you covered on that. We will announce it. We will, make sure you've got all the latest info. Bill Burr tickets coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, along with Sam Amick at 9. So we got a big, giant second half of the show for you. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The King season might be over, but Sactown sports coverage never stops.
I feel like we grew a lot during this playoff series with our defense, and if we can sustain that during the year, that's going to help us a lot.
Stay tuned all off-season to Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Pain is not normal. Repeat, pain is not normal. Greetings, Sacramento. Doug Christie here with the Good Feet store. Does this sound familiar? It's the end of the workday, and the pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back is unrelenting. Good Feet understands that you've likely already tried assorted remedies and solutions with no relief. And now you're pretty much resigned to living with the pain. But do not give in to the pain. Instead, come to the Good Feet store for their end-to-end 3-step arch support system. Good Feet is the nation's largest manufacturer and retailer of personalized arch supports. With arch supports in over 300 sizes, styles, and flexibilities, and an arch support specialist in each store. Come in today for a free no-obligation arch support fitting, then take them for a test walk around the store or around the center. Experience the comfort, balance, and support possible with the Good Feet system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now in Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Where are you? Asteroid City.
My word, it's hot.
From director Wes Anderson. Welcome, junior stargazers.
What do those pulses indicate?
There's an alien.
Placing all witnesses under group arrest.
How long can they keep us in Asteroid City?
I'm in no hurry. I like the desert. I like aliens.
Jason Schwartzman, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks.
What a strange experience this is.
Asteroid City, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters everywhere tomorrow.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's ex-point guard Marcus Smart is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis going to the Celtics. Boston somehow is also receiving a pair of first-round picks in that trade. The NBA draft is tonight, and your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch and listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight. They're holding a special companion show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All of our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host Kayte Christensen.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Go check out the YouTube chat. Actually, really don't.
You're pretty active on there.
Don't.
What the heck?
It's
I'm assuming it can't be good.
No, it just ranges from Russell and Earl are now questioning. I don't even want to. Michael Jordan got brought up, and now they're revisiting the tragic loss of his dad and the circumstances surrounding that. Let me just put it that way.
Oh.
Because, nothing like a great conspiracy theory. MC's back on vaccines and myocarditis and how much he loves LeBron James.
They're being nice to me today, though, which is cool.
They're not being not nice. I love them. I love them all. It's just, it's kind of a mishmash of, I think there's a lot of
controlled chaos.
A lot of mushrooms or something going on in that.
Okay.
And I blame myself. That's obviously something my fault. I'm the leader of the program. I'm obviously there's something I do or don't do to attract but love everybody. Love them to death, which is what somebody says when they usually don't. The Giants are going this way. The A's are going that way.
How long do you think this streak is going to last?
I thought it was going to end. I said it would end yesterday. I thought the Padres would get him. Yu Darvish, though, generally sucks in San Francisco. And I thought just for no reason other than they've lost so many in a row that the A's would turn it
so
around.
Many? I see now what
you're
saying.
The A's have lost 7 in a row. The Giants have now won 10 in a row.
So I think this is something that is very like synonymous with baseball, right? I don't think it's the same way with other sports because of schedule. Like when a basketball team goes on a streak, like you see it in the NBA. I think the longest one this season was like 15 games or something like that. It was something ridiculous.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and I think it was the Bucks because I tracked that on every game.
Oh,
board.
You're right. The Bucks did have
did.
some crazy winning streak.
But I think that's incredibly hard to do because you don't play every day. That means it's going on the course of you're going into like 3-4 weeks of winning straight.
Yeah.
Baseball.
Yes.
So it's hard to continue that kind of momentum. It's
the Bucks,
more challenging.
16 games for the Bucks.
Yeah. So it's more challenging, right? And the same happens when you're on a losing streak. The Spurs had some massive ones. And there was some, I think there's, and I also tracked the losing streaks. There were some where it's like, wow, the Suns went on a 9-game losing streak this year. It's hard to get out of that and change that because it extends over a long period of time. But in baseball,
right,
because they play every single day, wow, can you really ride the momentum of a win streak or a losing streak?
Is it easier to win when you're on a winning streak?
Yes.
Is it easier to
after
lose?
you get a little bit of confidence?
Right.
Yes. And then the same way, it's harder to win when you get on an extended losing streak because to me, it's all psychological.
Yes.
And I think baseball more than any sport is so much like circled with this superstition. And so when you go on a losing streak and you've been doing all your superstitions, like I put my shoes on this way and I did this with my glove and I did, my bats, I slept with it. I talked to it last night. Like we had a conversation. Like, I don't know what baseball players do. Everyone's different.
Wear the same socks.
Yeah. So then it's like you're searching for how you kind of change the mojo or how you, God, heaven forbid what that clubhouse smells like for the Giants right now.
Not great. Probably blue cheese. So when you were playing pro sports, do you happen to remember off the top of your head, was there a giant winning streak and or losing streak in your career?
No, I don't remember. I mean, college was definitely that's a long time ago. I mean, it is. And I'm gonna be honest. Like when I was drafted to Phoenix, we were not great.
No.
Like we ended up with the first round pick in Diana Taurasi for a reason. But I can say what I remember about the year before we got Diana was we did not win a lot of games. I don't know what our record was, but we were in every game. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I don't remember.
Yes.
Like just being blown out all the time. I remember being competitive. But college was more like we had long win streaks. Like we were we were a dominant team in our conference.
So I imagine, because I've never been in a pro clubhouse or locker room before, other than asking pro athletes questions, I imagine during a giant winning streak, or at least a decent winning streak, the more you win, the more the momentum happens. Everyone's looser. Everyone's laughing, everyone's having fun, everyone's being a team, if you will, whereas on a losing streak, people are kind of talking and muttering and this guy's not doing that.
They can get snippy with each other.
Right.
There's more infighting, there's more kind of emotions being a little bit more prickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think baseball,
it's the same thing as sports is like a marriage or a relationship, right? Like, it's like when you're on vacation, everything's great. Vacation is the winning streak. Being home, the middle of the week, kids in school, practices, work, so dogs got to go to the vet, all the life stuff.
Yeah.
That's the losing streak.
Okay.
And that's how it's more difficult to manage the relationship in the monotony than it is to manage the relationship and enjoy it on the vacation. That's what sports is like. It's no different.
Also, though, there is a point, though, sometimes when you're on vacation, when you're just like, oh, God, I'd spend another day with you all day long.
Yeah.
Is this really happening?
Yeah.
I
mean, it doesn't 100% fit.
Actually, I like the analogy.
Yeah.
So I think baseball's a little different. I think football, first off, to your point, you're playing generally every 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball, you're playing every, 1, 2, 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball, you're at it every day. And I feel like there's just, first off, baseball is the most superstitious sport. It's not even close.
It's embedded.
It's
embedded in baseball.
100% correct. And I also look at what the Giants are doing right now. And don't get me wrong, I joke about it all the time. They obviously have talent and they've got some youngsters up doing some things. But this is not a team that is laden with stars. This is not a team that like the Mets was underachieving, or like the Dodgers has all these players on it, or even the Padres, who on paper are just so much better than the Giants. This is a collection. Usually it's always this way with the Giants, it seems, of veterans, of a certain type of player, baseball players that show up their lunch pail type of thing, and a couple of rookies here and there. And nobody expected this. And in baseball, you see this all the time. Like the Reds are now in first place. They've won 11 in a row. The Reds are so young and nondescript. We talked about this yesterday, Katie. The fourth highest paid player on the Reds right now is Ken Griffey Jr., who retired in 2010, but they're still paying his contract off. It's in baseball. It just seems like if you just get your act together and have fun, you can win sometimes.
Baseball is the hardest and the easiest sport in the sense of turning things around. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
From season to season, it can be completely different. You can win the World Series one season, and because of the fact that you play every day and the momentum and energy shifts and all of those things, I think that if you struggle to start out, you can still win the World Series because you have so many games to play, so much time to make up and to gain momentum.
Yes.
I think that it is way easier to turn around, whether it's good or bad, in baseball, and to predict who's going to win a division, let alone the World Series. I think it's a crapshoot.
Total crapshoot. And I don't know that that's a good or a bad thing. People say things like, well, everybody likes parity. No, people love dynasties. It's been proven. Tiger Woods, Mike Tyson, the Yankees, people, whether they're their team or not, or their player or not, when you have a dominant person, especially in individual sports, or a dominant team, they constantly, the Warriors always had the highest ratings even this year.
What I appreciate, though, about, and this is fresh off of the NBA playoffs, which after watching national coverage of our team, which we've been begging for, after watching it during the playoffs on the games that I did not broadcast because they were national, it's nauseating, right? The coverage of certain teams of the dynasties. So that's kind of what I like about baseball.
You're saying the coverage of the dynasties it makes you nauseated.
It does,
but
because it's so one-sided.
But they get the best ratings.
But what I get it. But I'm not talking as an executive.
I got you.
Or ESPN. I'm talking about a sports consumer, right?
Yes.
So what I like about baseball is that you can have a team like the Reds that is not going to have a ton of players that have name recognition.
True.
It's not the Yankees with Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez and all. It's not that, and they can be successful and win.
Yes.
So as from a player mindset, I like the opportunity for the unexpected, the unknowns to come in and have the same ability as these dynasties any given season.
We'll take a break. When we come back, for real, what if Monty does just run it back next year? And do you have a favorite Kings draft moment? It is draft day. We were celebrating draft day by booting Jay Mars and bringing in Kayte Christensen, who insisted on being in here today to break everything down.
Yes, I insisted on getting up at 4 a.m. to do this. Insisted.
Just 4? Really? You didn't get up at 3:30? That surprises me a little bit. 4 a.m.?
I always got up at 4.
Okay. Nate is behind the glass as he has been all week. We appreciate that. And we'll be right back after this.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. It's Ram season, Chad. What's going on at Hoblet?
We have some of the biggest savings of the year on new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s with over $11,000 off MSRP. Or if you're worried about interest rates going up, save $6,000 off MSRP plus get financing as low as 2.9% for 72 months. And remember, Hoblet is California's #1 Ram truck dealer and has the best selection and deals on HD Rams too.
Hey, that's some pretty great savings, but why drive all the way to Hoblet?
We have no surprise fees, add-ons, or dealer markups, just savings. One of the many reasons we received the Walter P. Chrysler Award for outstanding customer service for 3 years in a row now. Plus, with Hoblet's Peace of Mind guarantee, you can buy with confidence.
Stop by their Hoblet Ram Truck Center for a test drive today, or search, select, and save through the whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
11,000 total net savings after 5091 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discounts. 5091 factory rebates in lieu of 2.9% APR for 72 months on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. 1516 per thousand borrowed. 5 at each net savings. Sample VIN 622619.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Hey, Nate, imagine coming in on a radio show to fill in and you're not even back when the break starts.
Wow.
Yeah. How about that?
I couldn't wrap my head around that.
Me neither. It's you. It's me.
Yeah.
I guess Katie's gone home for the day. Oh, hey, princess. Good to have you in.
So this is what I love about it.
What?
I said, I'll wait till the next break. We've only got 1:15 seconds. No, go ahead. I'll cover for you. I knew that when I walked back in here that you were going to be throwing me under the bus, throwing it in reverse, backing up over me again. You were trying to come off as kind because you wanted to use it as an opportunity to
what kind of turnip truck did you fall off of not to catch that with me?
Yeah, Katie, that is kind of your fault. You walked into that.
In what world? And with you knowing me as well as you, when I say, "Oh no, go ahead,"
I guess
for you.
But I'm also the most gullible person in the world.
Actually very,
and that when it comes to you, I am because I have the the audacity to believe that like my best friend would not do cruel, nasty things to me.
Okay, please don't isolate that. Welcome back. Anytime Chris Verlaud's in the room, I always get a little bit nervous. Welcome back. Hello, everybody, and hi, and good to see you all. And 916-339-1140 on your text line, 1-800-920-1140. By the way, be careful what you're looking at on your laptop, because apparently you can see that on the YouTube. So I know you're prone to surf for things that are incredibly inappropriate.
Yeah.
So
you can see that the Victor Wembanyama story is up on my computer.
Well, if that's what you want to call it.
Okay.
Oh
my God.
So seriously though, if the Kings do nothing, let me actually go a step further. Not even the Kings do nothing. Let's say they trade the 24 pick for like a 2025 top 5 protected pick from a team that's not very good right now. I don't know. Like they trade a pick this year for a future pick that could be higher.
That's a good trade, right?
I'm saying like something that's like probably a good move, but like boring. Because that's boring because you don't get any. It's like Christmas. Yeah. It's like no presents this year, but next year you get the skee ball set. Like that's fine, and the skee ball set's great, but it's also a whole Christmas away. Is anyone like Monty's earned this this right, hasn't he? And Wes and those guys, they've kind of earned the right until this team. Now, listen, if the team comes out next year and they start sucking, then I think a lot of people will be like, oh, that's because you didn't do anything on draft day. But it's like the trade deadline last year. We talked about it. They didn't really do anything. I know Kessler Edwards, but they didn't do anything big. And they were great. They had, I think, the best record in the NBA over the first 14
I have
games.
a question.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they came out. They were the hottest team in the NBA after the All-Star break. And that lasted for quite a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Which I think all of us were expecting maybe a little bit of a letdown.
Yes.
Right? That's the hardest thing to do, is to come back and that final push and to, meet expectations for a team that has not been there to meet expectations.
This is where the
we were
Phoenixes of the
expecting the
world,
letdown. All of the experienced teams are the ones that go, and that's when they put their foot on the pedal and they say, bye-bye, Sacramento Kings. Didn't happen.
To a lesser extent, people thought Denver was going to do that too, kind of shrink down a little bit while Phoenix and everybody else rose up.
So I have a question, though. Would you rather Monty McNair make a move?
It's an impossible
to make a move.
Right. No, it's an impossible question to answer because but I know where you're going. I want Monty McNair to make the right move.
The one that he wants.
The right move.
Yes.
There is no...
That's what happened at the trade deadline. They were actively involved in talks, but here's the thing. In the past, the Kings have been so desperate to make moves.
Yes.
They've been fleeced. They have not been the ones that end up on the right side of things. It's moves out of desperation. I actually applaud the fact that it's like you go in there with a plan, and these are the players, these are the teams, these are the things that you are seeking, and these are the things that you are willing to give up in return.
Yeah.
If they're asking for more and you're not comfortable with it, don't go back on your plan.
No. And they have.
That's like going to the casino and saying, I've got $1,500 to spend. And you're getting it down to like $250, and then you win a bunch, and you're like, "Oh, I'm going to stop now." That's the plan.
Yes.
And then you keep going, and you lose it all.
That happened. Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Our friend is a prolific gambler.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
But she always wins. So.
Yeah, she does. So Again, I have no problem slobbering all over Monty McNair, and I'm going to do that again right here. I want to always underscore the fact that you have a rookie general manager whose first job is with arguably the worst run franchise in the entire world of American sports, certainly the NBA. And he comes into last season.
Is this year 3 for him?
We're going into year 4 now.
So in his third year as the general manager, he won Executive of the Year.
And went into the season on a dying contract. Last year was his last year under contract, and he went through most of the season without that contract being extended. And what I always found the most interesting about him, and what I respect the most, is the year before, he could have very easily packaged together whether it be De'Aaron and picks or just all the picks in general, could have mortgaged the future to squeeze our way into the playoffs, break the streak, knowing that he'd get his contract extended. And I really want to try to explain the human side of this so I can bring home why I give Monty McNair the leeway. Monty's got, I think, his 74th kid on the way right now. All they do is he's got a whole Brady bunch going on here. He's young. Just think about this from the human side. It's his first GM job. He's got a family to support. Yeah. He's a human being. So is Wes. So are all these people. Instead of sacrificing the team future to do the shortcut, get into the playoffs, end the streak, get extended, not only were they patient, but they acted like they had a 10-year contract. Yeah. They traded Tyrese Halliburton, the first player he ever drafted in his life as a GM. And
after that draft, we're all like, look at him. He's brilliant. Like that, you know, like
it was a knockout grand slam pick. If you redo the draft today, he's a top 3, if not top 2 pick. Yeah. And he traded him.
Look at Davion Mitchell as well. Like you look at the picks that he's made and you look at how he's handled everything.
Egan's turned out great.
And you're like, wow, like really a great job evaluating talent, so on and so forth. And you're right. He goes through this whole year when the Kings, and as they were building momentum, how often did you hear, other than what you might have talked about on your show in the media, that he had not extended his contract?
How often did you hear outside of this show?
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How often did you hear about Bob Myers?
All the time.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Now, granted, Bob Myers has a lot more accomplished than Monty McNair, but I get your point.
But that's the thing.
And by the way, I don't have a problem saying this. On the air, and whenever he was asked publicly, he would always say, he didn't want to talk about it, and he'd always say, I'll let that work out for itself. I have no problems now violating his trust here, and if he has a problem with it, he can punch me. Privately, when I would ask him, dude, is this bothering you? I think I'm okay in saying this. He'd pause for a little bit, and then he'd say to me, I'm going to let the work speak for itself. He said the same thing privately that he said publicly. Mm-hmm. No difference.
Yeah.
Not one time. Was he like, it's bothering me?
It's called betting on yourself.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's what he did. And by the way, he's also a guy who says, and I could be wrong. This might be the worst move ever. He did say that after the Tyrese out. I think this is the right move. It hurt terribly. And by the way, I could be wrong, but I think we believe, and it's always we believe, this is the best move, short and long term, for this team. And we want to build around De'Aaron Fox.
I'm so glad I'm not in a front office.
I think it would be fascinating. I also think I'd be bald. And I have a lot of hair. But I'm saying I would be so strong. Maybe that's why he's bald. We'll take a break.
You heard it here.
When we come back, let's go with the other moves happening in the NBA. It wasn't just Kristaps Porzingis. All kinds of moves, including the defending champion. Denver Nuggets, are they already defending their championship? In the meantime, let me talk about a place I can't remember. Katie, have you and I ever dined at Fire Wings together? I feel like
no, not together.
That's right, huh? How's that?
You know what? I've never dined there. Now that I think about it,
really?
But you know how I like me some wings.
Yes.
Pick that clean.
How have we never been to Fire Wings together? We'll have to figure that out. Did you know they have 21 different flavors?
You know
what?
I know they have 21 different flavors.
Yeah.
Because I've heard you talk about it, and I've been dying for you to take me.
That's called branding. Also, whether it's the award-winning peanut butter wing, my favorite, what is my favorite? Bread and blazing curry, way to blank out, and so much more. Whether you're dining with Kayte Christensen or somebody else less talkative, the bottom line is this. I meant that as a compliment. You can enjoy yourself. Less talky, more wingy. Go to firewings.com. Find the location nearest you. Tell them Carmichael, Dave, and Kayte Christensen. I'll bring her in on this if sent you. Why would Katie send you somewhere she's never been? Because she trusts me. And so should you. I'd never steer you wrong. Go to firewings.com. Tell them Carmichael, Dave sent you. Firewings, just wing it. Trades in the NBA. We'll recap all the news next.
The Kings season might be over, but Sactown sports coverage never stops.
It's probably one of the best starting points I could have had, starting in the NBA, Sacramento.
Stay tuned all off-season to Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies. Highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
This 4th of July, it's all about selection and convenience. With 17 award-winning dealers, 20 brands, and thousands of vehicles, the Roseville Auto Mall has Northern California's largest selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. The Roseville Auto Mall, driven to be the best.
The City of Sacramento offers rebates to help with your outdoor water-saving projects this season. Rebates are available for landscape conversions, smart controllers, and irrigation upgrades that improve your water efficiency. Learn more at sacwaterwise.com.
Listen to Oakland A's baseball on the weekends all season long right here on Sactown Sports, beginning with the pregame show brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Oh, God. He's back.
Who's back?
The clown.
The naked one?
Yes, Giggles. He just drove on the lot in a new Kia.
Does he want to trade it in?
No, he wants to show it off.
Isn't he showing off enough? Oh, here he comes.
See what Elk Kia did for me? That's service. That's why they got my business, not you.
I think we've already seen too much of your business. Thank you.
Elk Grove Kia, great service for everyone.
Elk Grove Kia has never made it easier for you to show it off. Like the hottest all-electric EV in the market, the luxurious EV6. Save big with lease specials of $10,000 below MSRP. Not just one or two, but every EV6 in stock. Don't worry about credit. No credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Don't worry. Our team has over 100 years of experience. Others say no. Elk Grove Kia says yes. Get your EV6 today at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or elkgrovekia.com and show it off today.
Elk Grove Kia.
Hey guys, did you know June is Men's Health Month? Prioritize your health and address those issues you've been ignoring. Revive Men's Health Sacramento has guaranteed low T and ED solutions. Book your free exam and T-check today and save $199 and find out how you can get a free 1-month supply of custom ED medication. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com today.
Everyone knows that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers. And that's especially true when it comes to your air conditioning system.
A precision tune-up and professional cleaning costs a little bit up front, just $87, but will prevent much bigger, more expensive, and inconvenient problems later.
We actually replace systems all the time from people who don't get annual tune-ups. They either forget or they just don't realize it's important. So instead of their systems lasting 12 or more years like they should, they need to be replaced in just 6 or 7 years.
Don't risk it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Call Bell Brothers for an $87 air conditioner precision tune-up today and keep your system clean, energy efficient, and in good working shape.
Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
No surprise guys, Bell Brothers.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's ex-point guard Marcus Smart is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis moving to the Celtics. Boston will also receive a pair of first-round picks. The NBA draft is tonight, and your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch and listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a special companion show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All of our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host Kayte Christensen.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Quick question. I should probably know this as a Giants fan. Anybody back there? Jay probably does, even though he's a Dodger fan. Anybody happen to know, is Gabe Kapler married? I honest to God don't know if Gabe Kapler's married or not.
I don't think so. Is he?
I truly don't know.
I've seen nothing of that online.
But my God.
What was the question?
Is Gabe Kapler married?
I don't know. He's pretty dreamy, though. He's a handsome man. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning.
For the second time.
I mean, my God.
I woke Jay up at 5:30 this morning.
I heard. If you were in here having to listen to Katie on Gabe Kapler, it's
I mean, there's a reason I've been watching more baseball.
Kapler with his wife Lisa, who he married in January of 1999.
Wow.
Their 2 sons. They have 2 sons.
Wait, how old is he?
He is 47.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So
he got married as a baby.
He was what, 24, 23?
He's a baby.
2 sons. He and his wife, who he met his senior year in high school. Are now divorced.
Oh, really? I mean, that's terrible for them.
Exactly. Listen to that.
That's terrible for them.
Jeez.
Well. Anyways. Yeah, and you know me.
I do
Dave,
know you.
I don't get really I googly-eyed at people.
It's just the taste. I don't understand how you can find that attractive.
It's just
the perfect beard, the dreamy, deep blue eyes penetrating your soul.
Beautiful features.
Yeah, the
nice physique.
Godlike face.
It's tough. It's tough. It's tough for me.
All right. Take the one on the left.
Yeah, I'll take the one on the left.
Okay. So as we get past Katie's
you know what? I'm human.
Yeah.
Okay. And lonely.
Chris, Jesus Christ. Chris. Well, the YouTube chat just absolutely exploded. It's great. Chris Middleton has declined his option, and he will now become a free agent, which is kind of interesting because it's a $40 million option.
I know. And so usually when players decline an option, it's one of two reasons. Because they think they can make more money.
Yeah.
Or they're not happy where they're at.
I think he thinks he can make more money. Long term. I think he's looking for, I think he knows he's not going to make more money than more than $40 million a year, but I think he's probably
trying to extend the contract
maybe he
and
can get a 4-year
avoid, especially coming off of an injury, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is interesting. I guess initially I immediately jumped to like, ooh,
Chris
like
Middleton,
gossipy.
Chris Middleton played 29 games.
Yeah.
For the Bucks in 2016-17.
He's been really dependable.
Well, 82 and 77 the 2 following years, but then here we go. 62, 68, 66, 33 last year. Now, one of those years was a COVID year, but
yeah.
This is a guy that's not playing all 82 every year is what I'm saying. Not that anybody is. I don't know. I think he's looking for 4 years, 120, something like that.
Yeah.
Where he'll go from
he's trying to protect himself a little bit.
Which I totally understand.
Yeah, no, I mean that's right. A good agent is going to advise that.
But then we just talked about it in the last segment. You talk about betting on yourself. It does kind of worry me a little bit because if I'm Chris Middleton, why don't you just take the $40 million this year, play the year out, and you're a free agent next year? Unless,
something's wrong.
Something's wrong, or you're worried that something's going to be wrong, or that you're sitting there going, well, I might get hurt again this year.
And maybe because you got to look at it from this perspective. Guys on the last year of a contract are also trade bait.
Yes.
So maybe he's wanting to ensure his time with Milwaukee. Maybe he's wanting to protect himself and say, hey, I still want to be a part of this long term. I don't want to take any risk that potentially I could end up somewhere else.
It does make you wonder, though, from a Kings point of view. It's perfectly natural for Kings fans to say, oh, he's a free agent. Is this our guy? And we talked about this a couple weeks ago without you, Katie. I'm curious what you think now. My thought was no. Number one, the durability. Number two, he's 31 years old. However, he would be a pretty perfect fit, especially defensively for this team. But my problem is this. That you're done now. That's your move. You now have Fox locked up on a max deal, Middleton locked up, and Domantas Sabonis is going to get a max deal next summer. Mm-hmm. This is your team now.
That's it. Yeah, you're locked in, and you got to ride with this. You don't have a lot of flexibility.
And I don't know that that's a championship team. I think that's a 50-win team for the next 4 years. I think it's a perennial playoff contender. And by the way, think about where we were talking a year ago. That's fantastic. But do you make the move just to make the move so you can be consistently good and hope?
So when you look at it, well, I'm kind of taking a look at kind of his stats over the last few years prior to this season, where he averaged 15 points a game, but he only played 33, started in 19 because they eased him back. For 3 straight years, he was a 25-5 guy.
Yeah.
25-5 and shot from 3-point range, 41.5%, 41.4%, and then 37.3% from 3 in the previous 3 years prior to this last season. I mean, he is elite.
Yes.
He is one of the elite players at that position, at that small forward.
4 years, $130 million. Monty McNair signs him. You think that's a good move? What I do like about free agents is that you don't have to trade anybody for them.
I'm trying to remember, what was his injury this year?
Chris Middleton?
Do you remember off the top of your head?
I don't.
I
thought it was a wrist.
It was a knee.
Was it a knee? I think it was something on his
It was
arm.
a knee injury, I believe. Yeah. So that's here's some things that I get nervous about players that missed significant time the season before.
Sure.
And what was the injury, right? What exactly was it? Did you break? Is it a broken bone, right? Yeah, that happens. You can't avoid it. Was it an ACL? Was it a shoulder? Was it, you know what I mean? Like some of the other injuries, those are the ones that, okay, do I want to pay someone and lock them down?
We were both right.
Both wrong?
No, we were both right.
Oh, both right.
And, Chris Middleton didn't start playing until December 3rd. He missed the first 20 games while recovering from off-season wrist surgery. And then in December and January, he missed 18 consecutive games due to knee soreness. So you're right. And it is worrisome.
Yeah. So it's scary.
Because you don't get more durable the older you get usually.
That's the thing. Age, it factors in.
Yes.
But I mean, we're talking about this and it's like you can go back to Marvin Bagley and he was never healthy and he was young. So it's like, when is it safe? When are you supposed to feel comfortable? Right. Like, I think that with youth, you just have the ability to be like, oh, well, it's going to get better. Like we think that we feel more comfortable in that thought process.
Well,
and as they get older, we're like, oh no, the old man, 30-year-old,
the old 30-year-old man who was born, a decade before we were.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's always so amazing. Oh, he's 32, the oldest player on the team. It's a miracle he's going out there. And then, we have the rest of our lives.
How old is LeBron?
37.
37.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's a full 15 years younger than you are, yet you couldn't tell.
I hate you with a deep, deep passion that burns in my stomach. But the point is like at 37,
yes,
I was having my daughter.
Yes.
I had a hard time getting off the couch prior to being pregnant. Like the injuries that I got while I was playing.
Yeah.
Like, and I had been done playing for some time. Like the wear and tear on your body. That's why I can say, yes, it sounds terrible to say like this 30-year-old, but I also know that at 30, I was ruined. My back was don't.
What? No, I'm looking at this.
I know the look on your face. Don't.
We're at the end of a break. We'll take a break.
Just say it.
When we come back.
I have nothing to say.
When we come back. Who's hot? Who's not? Who's hot? Who's not? And let's go streaking. We're all coming up right after this.
I hate you.
And the draft is everything. I love it.
With the first pick in the NBA draft.
Sactown Sports has you covered for the 2023 NBA Draft on Thursday, June 22nd. Who will the Kings select with the 24th pick?
The Sacramento Kings select.
Will they trade the pick? Jason Ross and Chris Watkins will bring you a special Sactown Sports NBA Draft show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. the night of the draft.
Sactown Sports coverage of the 2023 NBA Draft is brought to you by Power Business Technology.
For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but it's been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 74 years. Look for made in America brands like Stanton, Sam Moore, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sale event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better, and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton and Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
At Elk Grove Honda, we see every Honda buyer as a member of the family, so we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we would buy from ourselves. At Elk Grove Honda, we include many benefits that a private seller just can't match. Our Honda-trained technicians only certify our Hondas if they pass a thorough 182-point inspection, and our certified pre-owned Hondas are under 5 years old. So you know you're getting the newest Hondas in prime condition. See our exceptional selection of certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Audiences and top critics everywhere are awestruck by director Wes Anderson's Asteroid City.
People liked it. Oh, I'm sure I did.
New York Magazine raves it's a masterpiece.
I don't like the way that guy looked at us.
Okay. The alien. Yes, the alien.
It's terrifically entertaining. Detain all witnesses. This is Wes Anderson's best movie ever.
That's correct.
It's true.
Jason Schwartzman, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks.
I like the desert. I like aliens.
Asteroid City, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters everywhere tomorrow.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Pain is not normal. Repeat. Pain is not normal. Greetings, Sacramento. Doug Christie here with the Good Feet Store. Does this sound familiar? It's the end of the workday and the pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back is unrelenting. Good Feet understands that you've likely already tried assorted remedies and solutions with no relief. And now you're pretty much resigned to living with the pain. But do not give in to the pain. Instead, come to the Good Feet store for their end-to-end 3-step arch support system. Good Feet is the nation's largest manufacturer and retailer of personalized arch supports. With arch supports in over 300 sizes, styles, and flexibilities, and an arch support specialist in each store. Come in today for a free no-obligation arch support fitting, then take them for a test walk around the store or around the center. Experience the comfort, balance, and support possible with the Good Feet system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now in Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot.
And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who's hot? Not Kate. On her, not Nate on her, his pronunciation today.
Oh
yeah, well, that's
all right.
Par for the course.
That's part of your charm, friend.
Yes.
Who's hot?
It's kind of annoying, probably.
I love it.
AJ Green, he's retiring officially from the NFL.
Oh, AJ. He had a good career.
Last year, he had a really great play against the Niners, too. I believe it was like the second play of the game. He had a catch, like a 15-yard catch and took it to the house. So that, swan song for him, I guess. We'll say that. He was a great player. Him and Julio, they're kind of that era together. Who's not?
Who's not?
Crazy man Bill Romanowski.
Oh,
he's not.
God,
he's being sued by the Department of Justice and owes $15 million in back taxes. Do you think he's one of the, I don't know. I know he was a Niner forever. He was a Raider, a Bronco. What are your thoughts on him?
So Bill Romanowski is one of the most confusing guys I've ever dealt with. I've ever known in sports, because here's why. Dude was a great football player.
Elite, yeah.
Also, dude was a bit of a dirty football player.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
kind of the time, though, right?
Huh?
Kind of the time.
He
right?
went a little overboard.
Even for the time, yeah.
Even for the time, spitting on people and Also, Bill Romanowski, I would love to have him on this show tomorrow to talk football. I literally could have Bill Romanowski on this show every single day for 30 minutes talking football all year round, and I promise you it's going to be one of the most entertaining segments you'll ever see. For those who don't know, Bill Romanowski is a fantastic football talker, analyst, whatever you want to call it. Bill is very much, it reminds me a little bit of Sean Salisbury. Just very, very good and gets it and understands it. Also, Bill's not a good person. Much like great football player, but a little dirty, super awesome, entertaining guy who's a little bit dirty. And I think that's just Bill, dude. He's an enigma, man. He is, you know what I'm saying? That makes sense. He's
100%. Yeah.
He's, there's a lot of really entertaining and or good things about him, whether it's the play or the media. And then you go, oh God, you kind of, it's a little bit like Chael Sonnen.
Okay.
Chael's a guy that I love to death. Also,
you're just naming all kinds of people that are like
little sketchy,
little shady.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was the like throw shades segment.
He brought it up.
Yeah, I did.
What?
Chael's I don't know if I agree with that.
No, because you don't know.
Because I don't know.
I'm just saying, Chael's.
What did he ever do to you?
I love Chael.
I know there was a recent incident,
Sonnen,
but nothing came from it.
Well, look up Chael Sonnen in real estate someday.
Okay,
just look up Chael Sonnen.
I know. I'm a
big
fan of his.
I love Chael Sonnen. I just also Chael bends the rules sometimes. Chael Sonnen has a casual relationship with the rules sometimes. How about that?
Well, doesn't every celebrity?
No.
Sorry, Katie.
Wow. Like that.
I mean, we can't just loop people in and group them in like.
We say we. I thought you were referring to yourself.
Oh,
like you were
God,
defending celebrity.
God, no.
I mean,
yeah, you know me.
Listen, I don't want this to come off the wrong way.
Oh God!
But since you're in here today, we have this thing, and I understand that it's a little different. But would you like to go streaking with us?
I would love to.
Okay, that's for the YouTube chat. Let's go streaking.
Whoa!
You almost fell out of your shit.
No, I didn't.
Streaking.
We're going streaking.
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking. Streaking. There's Katie. My best friend, Katie, always making good decisions. Let's go streaking. Let's go streaking. Brought to you by nobody yet. But if you'd like to be a sponsor and be talked about right now and have business just flowing your way, call Scott Marsh at 916-923-6800. It could be you. All right, Nate.
All right.
What is this?
We pick players.
Okay, remember last time when you almost died because you said I like Tatis?
Yeah.
Okay, this is that segment. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, so anyways, how do we do yesterday?
I'll start with myself.
Okay.
Just get it out of the way.
Yeah, why not?
So I was looking to get a hit, trying to get back after that. We had a nine-day or whatever streak
you
because
lost it.
Yeah, well, basically what happened was
yeah, we don't care. Oh yeah. Who did you even pick?
I had Max Muncy.
You just gotta have someone that's gonna get a hit, right?
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay,
exactly.
That's it.
I believe the highest is Jason at what, 10, or was it Jay?
It was. I think didn't they tie at 10? He'll know.
Okay.
He'll know. Trust me. I have a tattooed on his arm.
Okay. Well, Dave, yesterday.
Yeah.
You took Juan Soto.
I did.
Do you think he had a hit?
I think he did not. Probably.
Well, he did. You're wrong.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe you're back on the board at 1.
I am streaking.
Yes. Good job.
You're welcome. Kate.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Streaking away.
Jay yesterday, he was on a streak. He was on a two-day streak.
He was,
I believe.
He sure was.
And he picked Katie's guy, Tatis.
He actually did.
He did.
He really did. He really did. And I believe he did it for you.
How did Tatis do? Huh?
He did. How did he do?
Oh, you suck.
He didn't get a hit. No.
But it's fun to say, wasn't it?
Tatis.
He had a lot of fun saying it. And that's what matters. Jason, right now, he is a bit of a enigma. We don't know where he stands at the moment, but we will update the folks as soon as we can.
we did not hear back from him, huh? Okay.
He's MIA. He's got a big show tonight.
I understand that. All right, so back at it, right?
back at.
Do we not?
Yeah, you're
need to
picking.
Give
Yeah.
you a name? Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to go first?
No, you go ahead.
Man, I'm gonna go nice and easy. I'm just gonna go for Mr. Ohtani. I was gonna pick him yesterday. He's a good starter.
He is a good starter.
But he didn't play yesterday, so I want to just triple check that he's playing today.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I will take Gleyber Torres of the New York Yankees. Katie, I know you've.
I'm going to go with the Giants.
Okay.
Since we've been on point, I'm going to go with Luis Matos.
Okay, because Gabe Kapler doesn't play. By the way,
I bet he would get a hit though.
By the way,
I'm actually not going. He's not playing today, so I'm gonna go Aaron Judge.
Okay, good job.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a couple of
Good,
Yankees
I'm glad I checked that.
and a Giant.
Yes.
From the 916, Katie's going to be sliding into Gabe Kapler's DMs. May have already happened.
Yeah, you know better than that.
And Katie Kapler rolls off the tongue.
I'm just going to leave it alone.
Just leave it alone, please. Exactly. Just. Although that'd be, you know what? If you marry Gabe Kapler, that would actually be cool. I would get really good tickets to stuff. I'm just trying to. How would it benefit me? It would actually benefit me well.
We got Jay's pick too.
Oh, we do. Who is that?
He's taking Jose Ramirez today.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Here we go. Hi, Mitch.
Oh, well.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Yes. Trying to do two things at once. Can better do one thing right for once.
Yeah.
Driving, customer, handing over, putting the name. You know, still in the COVID, but at least I don't have to wear my mask most of the time.
Yeah.
I feel. But anyway, I like. Well, what do you think about that Borson trade? Not only did they get the better player, did I read this right? Did they get 2 number 1 picks too?
Porzingis, yeah, they got 2. No, not number 1 picks, but first round picks, yeah, but like deep first round.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's so. I mean, I don't know. Somebody must have banged their head, and it wasn't on the Boston side.
Yeah, no, I think that's just indicative of how badly Memphis wanted Marcus Smart, and they were the secondary option. The first trade partner that they were trying to deal with was the Clippers. That fell through, and I think with everything going on in Memphis, with wanting to move on from Dylan Brooks, they were just very motivated and were willing to give up late first round picks to get a very recent defensive player of the year on their roster.
Yeah, he is good, but I don't know why just strip him down. Are they tanking? I think they missed out.
No, they're rebuilding. They're rebuilding. Yeah, absolutely. Because now that Bradley Beal is gone and the Porzingis thing didn't work out, they had one last swing at it this year. Didn't work. Now they're entering full rebuild mode. Is that correct, Dave?
Yes.
Is there a generation talent coming next year? Because they missed out on Victor. And one more thing, I believe I read Kuzma is a free agent.
Yep.
Let's go for him and keep our 3 picks.
Thank you, Mitch. We'll take a break. When we come back, Sam Amick of
Samuel.
The Athletic. Have you met Sam before?
We're acquainted.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll have a conversation with Sam as it is Nature Sam today. We'll get an update on how many fish he's caught and so much more. Sam Amick of The Athletic right after this.
Need your Niners fix? Sactown Sports has you covered.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think Trey looks significantly better than he did last year. I really do. I think his confidence is there. I think that he's throwing really good passes. I mean, just watching him, he just looks so much more comfortable and confident in the pocket, and I really appreciate that from him, from all the work that he's put into it. He just looks like he's having fun, because when he's out there having a good time, it definitely brings up everyone around him.
Get all your 49ers coverage leading into the 2023 season at Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com. or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Nick Cattle suggesting you celebrate your 4th of July the right way with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers from Green Acres Nursery and Supply. Our Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned us into pros. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. Built different, built better, and built to last. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills, now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories. Now is the time to take care of your 4th of July.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's ex-point guard, Marcus Smart, is heading to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis moving to the Celtics. Boston will also receive a pair of first-round picks. The NBA draft is tonight, and your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch and listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All of our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the last hour of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host Kayte Christensen.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Welcome back.
I was just getting yelled at.
Wrong. Can we get Sam on the phone?
Sometimes you very much like dad me.
Not dad you.
Yeah.
I am concerned with you sometimes. What? Like there's you.
Where is Samuel, by the way? Where is he camping at?
I don't know. I don't want to give it away because there'll be 20 people there.
Because then everyone's going to go and be like,
it's his own.
Yeah, because everyone's camping listening to your show.
Yeah, then they roll it. Oh, Sam's here. It's like
they're going to go get autographs
and pictures
while they're roasting their s'mores. S'mores.
Okay.
I know.
Because sometimes
I know how to say
I
it.
almost got really excited about it because sometimes there's.
I could see that you got excited
There's
about
pronunciations and then there's Kayte pronunciations. And sometimes.
Oh my God.
What?
After our break, I feel like I'm now just like here to be verbally battered by you.
And on that note, let's welcome in from the Athletic, Sam Amick, who is visiting with myself and Kayte Christensen this morning. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, my friends. I didn't know we had a Kayte visit this morning. Man, Dave, I love you, buddy, but, this just brightens my day.
Well, Sam, you brighten my day, especially considering the fact that I have to sit across from him.
Wow,
so
look at that.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's the thing. You brighten my day, and I also have great empathy for what you're going through.
Two of my closest friends in media right here. Sam, she just so you know, before you came on, she asked me where, because I told everybody you were Nature Sam today. And she asked me specifically where you were camping. I said, I'm not divulging because then next thing you know, there'll be people there messing with your family time, wanting selfies, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But it turns out Sam is in a place that my dad used to take me all the time to go fishing growing up.
Really?
One of my favorite places in Northern California.
Yeah, so I don't mind divulging.
Go ahead.
Because we're gonna be here for another 17 minutes. The Ice House Reservoir. Yes.
Oh.
Just up the road. It's about 90 minutes. It's kind of like pre-Tahoe.
Oh, okay.
Up to Tahoe. Nice
So
little
like
joint. We had a good time.
Up 80 or up 50?
Up 50.
Okay.
Yeah, you pass it. I forget the exit. I think it might actually say Ice House on it. But it's, yeah. No, it's good, though. I was telling Dave when we were texting that it's unorthodox, not normally getting away right before the draft.
Right.
But to be honest with you, we have such a deep roster at our company and our place that decided to unplug for a couple of days. But we're heading back tonight to see what action awaits on the draft front.
Well, good for you.
And you know that Sam is trying to spend quality time with his family because a bunch of stuff happened in the NBA last night, which never fails. Just indiscriminately going crazy. There was a deal, then there wasn't a deal, then there was a deal. Look, I full disclosure, as you said, that you've been on vacation with the kiddos and all that, but I know you're paying attention. Marcus Smart to Memphis, Kristaps Porzingis to Boston, Washington gets Tyus Jones and some things. Do you have an early thought on anything that stood out to you about this trade?
I do. Before I dive in there, as a quick aside, you kind of alluded to it. Shout out our draft expert at our place, Sam Bassini, who does a great job. And honestly, he's kind of the reason that I was able to pull away. Like, this is his time of year. But, and I probably wouldn't admit this to Sam, I'll say it on your guys' show. Sam called me yesterday, and I did not share with Sam that I was in the woods. And he's going, man, what are you hearing on Charlotte? What are you hearing on this? And I'm just like, oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
What am I hearing? I'm hearing birds and wolves and all kinds of stuff.
Frogs.
Not much. It's all quiet right now. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of chirping, but nothing solid.
Exactly. Right. A lot of smoke screens. The trade is so interesting. I don't know what direction you guys kind of want to look at it from, but what comes to mind for me first and foremost is the Boston side. I just read a column from one of our Celtics guys, Jared Weiss, about Marcus Smart, and he kind of captured well what Marcus meant to their program. So I understand the move, the idea of changing the attack and bringing in a guy like Porzingis who's going to extend, and give them more versatility offensively, more length defensively. But like Jared wrote, it's like, all right, leadership-wise, culture-wise, Marcus was their guy, all the way down to the green hair and the kind of infamous and very important moment when he was the one, I guess 2 years ago now, who called out Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum for not moving the ball well enough. Like, he was their truth teller, and I understand what they're doing, but, the idea of Marcus not wearing Celtics green is going to be really interesting to see not only what the roster ends up looking like, but how they kind of fill that massive void. Conversely, I do think it's a good time for a guy who's wired like Marcus, a grown man, a guy who is not afraid to tell people what they need to hear. It's a good guy to have around John Morant right now. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, he's gonna be, picking up the slack while Ja's out. And then I don't know their relationship, but in terms of the profile, I think it's good there. The Wizards part is my goodness. I mean, it's a talented front office, but gosh, like you look at the Bradley Beal deal and the Porzingis deal, you're getting off your two best players without getting any first round picks in return. And I understand why, to a degree. The Beal no trade clause made that situation incredibly hard. This one probably less excusable. So, they're starting over, but it's been pretty ugly so far.
Memphis having the last two reigning defensive players of the year, swapping out Dylan Brooks for Marcus Smart, really giving up, Tyus Jones and a couple of what I imagine will be mid to late round firsts. Have you assigned a winner in your head yet? Because I got to be honest, man, I'm kind of scared of what the Grizzlies could be next year if Ja figures it out.
Yeah, probably Memphis, because it's funny, in that same Celtics column that I mentioned, it kind of authoritatively stated that the Celtics got the best player in the deal. And I understand the point, but I don't know if I agree. Porzingis, what we want him to be and what he is have been two different things. And he's had good moments. I understand that. But Marcus Smart is still, he's I forget the exact age, but he's still got a lot of good years left. Yeah. He's younger than people think. And yeah, defensively, the idea of Jaren Jackson Jr. stopping things down low, Marcus being switchable, and kind of igniting their defense even more so than before on the wings. And then again, just the character and the heart and the hustle. Like you talk about, them wanting all the smoke, which is kind of their infamous comment that has not held up well over the course of time. Like it's, Marcus does fit that ethos. He is somebody who never backs down. And I agree. Once they are whole, Tyus Jones is a fantastic point guard and a guy that could have run our team reasonably well while Ja was out.
I think the best assist to turnover ratio in the league the last 2 years. He was very solid.
100%. And now you kind of wonder, all right, what's his future? Is it in Washington? Is it somewhere else? I don't know. I would love to see that guy in a winning environment because he is so good. But it's defensively, Dave, to your point, I'm with you. I think that they could be nasty. And especially more specifically, I know I'm the Nuggets are the reigning champs, so I shouldn't be sitting here acting like the Warriors are still the king of the mountain. But, I've watched a lot of Celtics Warriors games where Marcus Smart made life tough on the Warriors wings, which for the Grizzlies purposes is a good thing.
Sam Amick of The Athletic joining us. Sam, I've got to ask you, when you look at this deal, and originally this was a 3-team deal, working with the Clippers and Boston, obviously that fell apart. And then you've got Memphis entering the picture. Does that tell you how badly Boston wanted to be able to acquire Porzingis? And why exactly do you think that he was their target? What about him are they thinking is going to be the difference maker?
I mean, I haven't connected with them since the deal, but at face value, Katie, you think about the fact that Robert Williams at his best has been an impact player, a game changer when he's healthy, but he's had a hard time being healthy. And so you double down a little bit on that kind of length, on that kind of defensive skill set. And then, and I think, but then it's more reliable because you have two instead of one. Somebody made the comparison to the Cleveland bigs in the idea that defensively, can you kind of do similar stuff on that end like the Cavs have, and they were elite on that end of the floor. Offensively, all kinds of just threats at the rim now. You can just throw that ball up and you can play the game that way. I think that the macro to me is from Brad Stevens down to Joe Mazzulla is the self-awareness to realize that it was time to change the attack, especially on the offensive end. They were so, Porzingis is going to stretch the floor, so he shoots threes as well, but they were so dependent on the three ball, and they were so predictable offensively in a kind of way that it kind of was their kind of faithful end. That I think this is a different look. And you're right, they showed a certain level of aggressiveness to get this deal done because the Brogdon health concerns blew up the first deal with the Clippers. As a quick aside, that opens up the door potentially again for a Chris Paul flirtation with the Clippers is like they have not checked their point guard box yet because of the Brogdon thing falling through. But yeah, you know, the Celtics were obviously real motivated to get KP, and you know, and I'll be curious to see how it looks.
Sam Amick with us of The Athletic. I'm curious. I want to check in with you on something we haven't checked in on in a while. Domas Sabonis entering the final year of his 4-year, $75 million deal he signed with Indiana. But under the new CBA rules, players can now sign contract extensions with a 140% increase compared to lower in the past. He could sign, for example, a 4-year deal with Sacramento now worth $121 million. That adds 10. My question for you, are you hearing anything on that front at all? Any movements on a Sabonis extension? Or you think more than likely he's going to be a free agent?
Well, you'd be proud of me because I actually did like somewhat check in on this from the woods up here yesterday. I didn't get real far. It was kind of a quick, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But when I say we, it wasn't, you know, Domantas and the Kings, it was the media and the Kings. Meaning they're not really looking to pull the curtain back at this point. Yeah. And so, you know, I couldn't really get a pulse on, you know, I have for sure been assuming that even with the increase in the extension possibilities that Domas, especially with how he played last year, I mean, you can say what you will about the mismatch issues against Golden State, but he had a wonderful year. You know, you're talking about getting MVP votes, you know, on the back end of the MVP voting. So I've been assuming that he would be up next year, but who knows? I mean, if you have seen situations where guys decide that the pathway and kind of the shelf life of a particular group is such that maybe it's better to just lock in now. I don't anticipate that happening, but you know, we'll see. Never say never.
And as we go into draft day or draft night.
So we're going to continue.
What?
I thought we had to go to break. So
I was saying it's draft day.
Yeah, I got to ask Sam about draft day. I've got it. So it's interesting to me, Sam. Obviously, we all know kind of what's going to happen at number one. And this is the first time for Kings fans in a while where they have not been in the lottery. And this hasn't been a constant, ongoing conversation and breakdown of players and who and what and where. But are you getting any, or is it even normal, you know, from your standpoint of your coverage specifically, to even go that deep into the first round to like what teams are going to be doing outside of the lottery? Is there any murmurs about the Kings?
It's funny. It used to be in my past life. I had 2 years where I was at Sports Illustrated, and my main job was to try to keep up with all the draft experts. And to be honest with you, I felt like I did a pretty good job at it, and it was a fun thing. But man, it is a full-time job on its own to just you are constantly, because to your point, Katie, like, you know, it's one thing we all can sit here and debate the top 5 guys. When you go deeper, it gets a lot harder, especially from an information standpoint. You know, we joked about smoke screens earlier. You know, those are, you know, you will have people who you trust and who you like, and you will later find out just lied bold-faced to your face. You know, that is draft season.
Right.
And this year, for me, as it relates to the Kings, I mean, I definitely don't have any handicapping of who might go at their pick, if they might keep their pick. I know in general that it does sound as if the prospect of picks flying around left and right and teams changing places all over the first round is perhaps higher than ever. I think there's a lot of that discussion going on. And it's all intertwined with the possible, I mean, whether it's star player movement or just good player movements. You know, I'm really curious to see, this is not really a draft thing, but like, you know, the Kings have a pretty important 10 days here when it comes to not only what they do with their pick, but what they do with their small forward spot.
Yep.
You know, Harrison Barnes' free agency coming up. I think, you know, that talking to people around the league, that's definitely in question, you know, whether or not he's going to be back. And then kind of parallel tracks to that, you had the Bradley Beal mention with the Kings. They continue to be tied to OG Anunoby, and I think some, you know, efforts to make that happen, but not promising efforts, because there's a lot of teams trying to make that happen, and the Raptors are proving to be, you know, their price tag's pretty high. So, this is that time of year where executives have got, they've got to operate mentally on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different tracks.
Sam Amick with us. Sam, we were talking about this yesterday. For you as a reporter, how do you compare the craziness, or should I say the craziest parts of the year when you go, let's say, draft day and, the day leading up, NBA free agency, and then NBA trade deadline? How would you rank those in terms of just insanity? For you.
Draft day, free agency, and trade deadline?
Yeah.
Those three?
Yep.
I mean, trade deadline's fine because it comes within the flow and the rhythm of the regular season. We joked about me getting out to the woods a little bit. Like a little tiny getaway like this is literally born for me out of the fact that the way I cover the playoffs now, is like, for the most part, tell the family goodbye. You're gone for most of 2 months.
Right.
And so you get home for like 5 minutes and you're like, oh my Lord, the draft is here. Yep. Are you serious?
Yep.
So to my company's credit, they have kind of said, listen, take a little bit of a low key approach to the draft. So free agency, I'd probably put that number one because you're still recovering from the playoff run. And not to dramatize it, we're not digging ditches here, but like, you also though are like, you're getting excited a little bit because the NBA media finish line is mid-July, is, post summer league. Like that's when you will finally say, okay, good job, everybody. It's been a good year.
You're on the home stretch right now.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. But you're juggling it. This is the regular life stuff. You're juggling it with, the kids are out of school, so now you don't have the house to yourself anymore. There's just a different kind of life flow as well. So, we'll get there. And then, we hit Vegas. I'm going, I think, on July 5th.
Mm-hmm.
And the free agency stuff will keep going. So free agency is probably number one because of the context around it, and also the unpredictable. Trade deadline is a black and white thing. Like once it's done, it's done. Free agency just kind of trickles. You know what I mean? And then you decide, like, at what point do you stop caring about the players on the back end that are still unemployed? So that's just a different rhythm.
Yeah.
And then you have 2 months? You get about 2 months of a break. July, August, September, or not even that long, huh?
It's more like, it's like a 6-week slow stretch. Probably not 2 months. If you go, definitely not. Mid-September, we're game planning about training camps and coverage and stuff like that. So, it's not a 9-to-5 deal, but I still enjoy it, which is a good sign.
As we wrap up with Sam Amick of The Athletic, so he can begin his trip home. Chris Middleton opting out, $40 million a year from the Milwaukee Bucks. Chris Middleton, 31 years old, will be 32 in August. Chris Middleton has played 33, 66, and 68 games to go with 62 in 2019-20 over the last few seasons. So what is this? Just your typical, I'll take less yearly for long-term riches? Is there something I'm missing here?
No, I think it is a little counterintuitive for a guy like that to opt out when he's coming off a not so great year.
Yeah.
I think, it's funny. I actually remember talking during the season to Draymond Green, of all people, about Middleton's expected free agency. And my thing, I was the one raising the question of, geez, are they as high on him as they were before? I think the answer is probably no. His point was, in the way the CBA works and the way the leagues kind of, just functions, is like the Bucks, in the absence of some trade that brings in somebody better than Middleton, they're in a corner here. And I think Chris knows it, where I don't know what the number looks like, but you cannot have Giannis Antetokounmpo on a long-term deal with that question always looming about how long does he want to stay in Milwaukee.
Right.
And it's kind of, it doesn't matter if they've fallen out of love a little bit with Chris. Like, he's still far better than any alternative based on what they are able to do. And that means that, he knows that. So he's going to get even more long-term security. And I expect that to happen because, you can't have Giannis going into next year without a guy who's been huge for their run, albeit a guy who's been in a diminished state, recently.
Right. That's Sam Amick. of The Athletic. You can go to theathletic.com or go to the app, subscribe, read, learn. Family just waiting around on you while you're doing this? Are you getting the eye roll?
We're good. I had time to finishing touches on the packing.
Okay.
I did my part. I think I'll get the thumbs up. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll let you know if that's not the case when I get back to the site.
All right, and the fishing overall. I saw a nice trout that was caught and eaten. So it sounds like you guys got some sustenance up there as well. Congratulations.
5 poles in the water and 1 fish. And I was telling my father-in-law actually that there's something kind of hilarious to me, that the difference between no fish for the whole group and 1 fish for the whole group is massive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like my 14-year-old was on cloud 9.
Yes.
He hasn't caught a lot of fish. He gutted it himself, which is always a good moment. So yeah, that part was fun. And I mean, listen, I'm going to sound like a Sacramento kind of ambassador here, but it was a little reminder. This place we live in is not too shabby, especially when it comes to a place like this being 90 minutes away.
Yes.
One of the perks of living where we are.
And they can't hear. I'm not on speaker. They can't hear me, right?
They cannot.
Okay. How much was that fish at Safeway that you bought and snuck on the hook for everyone?
I did not buy the fish.
That is something that only Dave would do. Yes.
True story. And I know we got to go here.
Fine.
My late father once went fishing with a bunch of his buddies. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Bridgeport Reservoir. It's
yes.
way up in the mountains. They did fly fishing. They had a wonderful time. But he was not an avid fisherman. He didn't catch any fish, and he just decided that the picture was not going to look the same if he had nothing in his hand. So he might have stopped by the store and picked up a little something, and then fit right in when it was time for the group shot.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
That's
dude,
funny.
that's so great. That's what I'm saying. That's an awesome dad move. What do you want?
Yeah, no question.
Oh,
if I bought a fish, Dave, it wasn't going to be that tiny one that I sent you the picture of.
That's true. That's actually true. Have fun up there. We'll have fun on your drive back, I should say. Say hi to the fam from both of us, and thanks for coming on, Sam.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Take care. That is Sam Amick. We are way late. Actually, no, we're not that late. We're good. When we come back, we'll move things up because we've got a live crosstalk for draft day with KCRA coming up just after 9:40. Here's what we got next. We got Bill Burr tickets for y'all. The very, very funny man, Boston's favorite comedian, as a matter of fact. We also have celebrity birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies and what to watch tonight. Don't go away. We're right back after this.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network. Well, coming up in August, the A's will induct the next class into the A's Hall of Fame. It'll be before the A's play the Giants on Sunday, August 6th. And what a group. Jason Giambi, World Series champions Carney Lansford and Gene Tennis, 5-time All-Star and former Philadelphia Athletic Bob Johnson, and the great voice of God, Roy Steele. The induction ceremony, the A's and the Giants on August 6th. Ken Korak here, introducing you to the Xfinity 10G network. Xfinity is undergoing a multi-year network evolution, giving you a powerful connection today while building toward a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The Xfinity 10G network gives you the fastest internet with even faster speeds rolling out all the time. You also get a consistent and reliable connection when everyone's online, even during peak hours. That's a home run. If you want to learn more, go online at xfinity.com/10G.
Sactown Sports is your source for the 49ers.
Oh, it was all. It was all.
Did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us. And just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. I'll never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Tune into Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com for the latest 49ers offseason developments.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Cal Hope. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Thursday forecast starts out crisp and cool. We have an onshore breeze, and that's keeping us comfortable. For the afternoon today, temperatures will trend down with partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources today. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Greetings from M&S Auto on El Camino just off the Cap City Freeway. And a big thanks to our repeat customers for letting us be your favorite car dealer. Repeat customers make us proud. M&S customers know that they're going to find the car, 4x4, or SUV they want. They'll get treated like family and save thousands. Whether you're a repeat customer or a first-time buyer, welcome. M&S Auto, the intelligent car buying experience. MSAutogroup.com.
Hey, you want to be around people having a great time? You need to come check out Capital Casino, offering the most varieties of table games in the region in the friendliest environment. Come for the food, which is awesome, of course, and stay and play. Conveniently located in downtown Sacramento at 411 North 16th Street, right there in downtown Sacramento for over 20 years. Cap Casino, best food, best games, and of course, the best action. And please, gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer's here, and the deals are heating up at Fastener's Tool Outlet. You'll find scorching deals this Saturday on Makita Tools. Get 2 free batteries with the purchase of a circuit or saw kit, and get $50 off any 40-volt tool kit. Fastener's Tool Outlet is turning up the heat on Makita summer savings this Saturday. Buy a 2-piece combo kit and get 2 extra free batteries. Come in to Fastener's Tool Outlet this week, 6701 Power Inn Road, or on the web at fastenersinc.net.
Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers. Imagine if every time you bought something, you could get a second one for 30% off. Buy one car, get the second one for 30% off.
Buy one TV, get the second one at 30% off. Buy a new house and get the second one at 30% off.
At Bell Brothers, that's exactly what we're offering this spring on windows and doors. When you buy one brand new energy-efficient window for your home, you'll get the second one at 30% off.
A minimum purchase is required, but the discount applies to every second window you buy. For example, if you buy 5 windows, you'll get 5 windows at 30% off.
The same is true for doors. Buy one, get one for 30% off. And for doors, the minimum is just 2.
So call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but it's been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 74 years. Look for made in America brands like Stanton, Sam Moore, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sale event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I really didn't have feet problems. I had back problems. I had had as many epidurals that I could possibly have in 1 year. That was scary. Well, I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years, and the expert there finally convinced me to try their arch supports.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Keith actually live the life they love.
without their feet getting in the way.
The people at the Good Feet store really educated me about what the arch supports could actually do. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. The future I can see now. I couldn't see it before. Where I would be without them, I have no clue. I'm Keith, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Big trade news in the NBA. Boston's ex-point guard Marcus Smart is headed to Memphis in a 3-team deal that also has Kristaps Porzingis moving to the Celtics. Boston will also receive a pair of first-round picks. The NBA draft is tonight, and your Sacramento Kings are currently picking at 24. Who will they take? Will they trade the pick? Watch and listen to Jason Ross and Chris Watkins during the draft tonight as they hold a show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All of our sports updates today and NBA draft coverage is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business office equipment needs, contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Those are the headlines. Let's do the last half hour of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest Kayte Christensen. Microprocessors.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
All righty. Well, with us doing a crossover for draft day with KCRA in the next segment, we're going to move everything up a little bit here. First off, we'll take, here's my read. Why? We have 4. Say it again.
We'll take caller number 4.
Take caller number 4. I don't have my read, is all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Boston's angriest.
I got it right here. It was literally hiding behind 5 things. We'll take caller 4 at 1-800-920-1140. We're going to send you to Thunder Valley Casino next Thursday. That's a week from today to check out Boston's favorite angry comedian, Bill Burr. Hit the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now for your chance to win. Looking for lucky caller number 4. For more information, visit SactownSports.com. We'll get celebrity birthdays here in a second. What to watch tonight? How about the NBA draft? Starting at, I think it's 5 o'clock tonight on ESPN and all the other stuff. You know, they'll have companion stuff and blah, blah. Good night in sports, too. A couple of streaks going right now. The Giants and Padres will get out of the way at 12:45 so you can watch your NBA draft in peace. Snell versus Wood, that's a heck of a matchup. Giants going for their 11th in a row. The A's trying to avoid an 8-game losing streak. Taking on the Cleveland Guardians. That's at 10:10 in the morning. Again, a lot of day baseball today. And then let me see here. The Reds are off. The Dodgers are off. So there you go. Reds trying to extend their league high streak. Where are we? Here we are real quick. Hey, today's World Rainforest Day. Katie, you ever been to a rainforest?
Yes.
Yeah, where?
Mexico.
Okay. Does that count? Yeah, I guess so. I guess I have to.
I mean, at least the cruise excursion said it was.
Yeah. That's today is National Chocolate Eclair Day, my dad's favorite dessert. I love chocolate eclairs.
I do too.
Yeah, they're fantastic. They're
love
dangerous. Them. Oh, let's see. National Onion Rings Day.
Love me an onion ring.
Yeah.
I will say that is one thing that my daughter really loves.
Onion rings?
Onion rings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this. I think it just depends. Like, it has to be done right. What I don't like is when you bite into an onion ring and you take, like, the whole onion with you in one long strip. But they have to have the right crunch.
You got to get your teeth fixed, and that won't happen.
I hate you so much. Today's National Kissing Day. I'll leave the joke alone there.
You said you had his number, right?
Katie Luss
in honor of
Gabe Kapler.
National Kissing Day.
Yeah, his beard would chafe you. I'm saying that is probably.
I would run the risk of that.
You
happening.
marry Gabe Kapler, do you make him shave the beard eventually?
Yeah, no, I like the beard.
Okay. Celebrity birthday time, almost. This is going to be interesting because Nate is on the phone getting a winner right now. I will tell you there is one thing universal about many, many people I've worked behind the glass. The radio show always takes precedence over getting the information for the free tickets. They'll hold. Trust me, they'll hold. Celebrity birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Yes, that's right. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together like Crumble Cookies. Just download the Crumble app. That's CRUMBL. Hello. And make it happen, Captain. Well, good morning, Nate.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I got to ask on the air, even though I should do it off the air. Are we feeling a level of confidence for the
KCRA?
Yes.
I got the whole team in here. So yeah, I think we're fine.
Okay. Very good.
What's the worst that could happen?
That's
what I always say.
No,
Let's do this.
Don't ever make Golston Dart angry. That's what I say.
Just get this right.
All right, celebrity birthday times. Time for an ass kicking here. Katie, I'm sorry, I'm really good at this.
We're only gonna do a couple.
Why?
Because we're running out of time here. We gotta do KCRA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's go. Chris Pratt, superstar Chris Pratt.
Chris Spratt. All right. I'm gonna say he's 45.
44.
Katie, wow, on the number.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Woohoo! I'm so glad because that's the number I wanted to pick was 44. And when you went, I was like,
All right, ladies first. You go first.
Okay, Prince William. Prince of Wales, Prince William.
Is there a Prince of Dolphins?
Good one.
38?
I think you're pretty close on this one. I'm going to say 37.
Katie again, 41.
Oh!
Hey, you guys are the same age.
No. He's
That's true.
Younger than me.
You did that to yourself.
That's true.
I can't hide my age. It's online. Just like all these poor saps.
Is it really?
Of course it is.
Oh.
All right, singer Lana Del Rey.
Oh, this is a hard one.
I'm going to say different than what I thought initially.
She's going to be older than you think.
I'm going to say 40.
Because her song was really popular when I first got here.
Lana Del Rey.
Yeah.
Just Lana.
I'm going to say...
Lana.
I'm going to say 42.
38. Dave.
Wow.
Oh, take that.
Okay,
lady.
Tiebreaker. Last one.
Oh, my God.
Rebecca Black, also a singer. Do you know?
I don't know who that
The
is.
song
Friday, something Friday.
I have no idea who it is.
Yeah, but you know the song. It was terrible.
I don't know the song either.
Do you have another tiebreaker, or is that it? It's
all
right.
I'd rather just do that one.
Okay.
The other one is,
Katie, you go first.
Yeah,
no, you go first.
Fine. Jay's telling me to do it. Jesse Smollett. I wasn't going to pick him, but Jay made me. It's Jesse. That's what
Jesse.
It's Jesse, because I remember Chris Rock did that whole bit where he's like, your name's Jesse?
Jesse Smollett. He's an actor, right?
Yeah, he was. I'm going to say he's 43. I don't like this segment.
We gotta go.
42?
40. Katie wins. Katie's the winner. We gotta go to break.
KCRA next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third, your score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Do you have any superstitions on the golf course? You know, most players have some. Links Golf Magazine offers a few. Never tee off in front of someone who just made a birdie. That's sure to incur the wrath of the golf gods. What's your lucky ball marker? Maybe a quarter with your birth year? Never carry an extra ball in your pocket, and never use a ball you deem a water ball on a par 3 with a water hazard. There's a reason they're called water balls. And never use a ball found during a round. Using it the same day is bad karma. And if there's an unbroken tee on the tee box, another golfer left it behind for good reason. Speaking of tees, according to the late Tony Lima, white tees suffered from commonness and can be bad luck. Lee Trevino never used yellow. Other colors are acceptable except pink unless you're Paula Kramer. If you're in the middle of a career round, don't go near the ball washer. You might wash away the ball's magical awesomeness. And never talk to your competitor's ball in flight, yelling, hook, carry, get down, or hit a house. It'll come back to haunt you. Kind of makes you feel normal, huh? That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Nick Cattle suggesting you celebrate your 4th of July the right way with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers from Green Acres Nursery and Supply. Our Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned us into pros. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. Built different, built better, and built to last. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills, now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories. Now is the time to take care of your 4th of July.
Sacramento Kings basketball is back this summer. Catch 6 games of NBA action and fun for the whole family when the California Classic Summer League returns on July 3rd and 5th. The Kings will host the Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, Miami Heat, and newly added San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets with the #1 and #2 NBA draft picks. 2-day passes start at just $42 and include access to all 6 games. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
Just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
All right. We're looking forward to speaking with our content partners and friends over at KCRA 3 and KQCA channel 58. Flip over to channel 58 if you want to watch the simulcast here. My 58 here in a second as we're in the middle of weather right now. Storm outlook today, they say. Might be a storm outlook tonight. The Kings make a trade, Katie.
Whoa! Mm-hmm. Look at you.
Now look at me. By the way, I should say, since this is our final segment, thanks for coming in.
You're welcome.
You told me after the first hour that the show felt like
it was dragging on forever.
Did this feel longer?
1 hour with you. That's all it takes.
Wow.
And I feel like I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you coming in. Pretty much. And,
you know what it did remind me of, though? The time that we did the show together, where it's like summer is different. Summer is just
summer is
different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Be glad you missed the whole COVID shows because that was rough acting tonight.
For NBA fans, today is Christmas in June. We're talking about the NBA draft, where teams get the opportunity to add future basketball stars to their rosters. Sacramento Kings have 3 picks tonight, including number 24 in the first round. And joining us to break it all down, Carmichael Dave and Kayte Christensen from Sactown Sports. Thank you so much for your time. All right, so when you both take a look at the Kings roster right now, what type of player profile fits the Kings' current needs?
Defense, and perhaps most likely a wing. Harrison Barnes is a free agent. He's probably their best chance to upgrade in their starting five. Obviously, depth, fine, no problem, but this team needs more defense, in my opinion, and there are some opportunities out there if there's a deal to be made.
Well, and I think something that's always important to remember with the draft, especially when you're in a situation like the Kings are now, where, you know, they're not in the lottery, they're not kind of trying to find a bunch of new talent and develop. It is about getting a player that has value and maybe can have value for another team. So there's no way of knowing really whether or not the Kings would keep the pick, trade the pick, or draft and trade the pick. So there's a lot of options, and I think it'll make it a little bit more clear to us what Monty McNair and that front office are thinking when we see what they decide to do.
We've seen Keegan Murray's identical brother, Chris, be tied a lot to the Kings pick at number 24. Do either of you have a preference in terms of any specific type of, or any specific players rather, that you'd like to see?
I'd love to see Chris Murray on this team. They are identical twins, but also when you look at Chris's first stint, his first couple of years at Iowa, and then how he's kind of graduated to being the leader of that team, a wonderful scorer. It's a big thing to live up to, being as good as your identical brother who happened to break the rookie record for 3-pointers. I think it'd be a fun story. Katie, though, as you know, odds are Chris Murray going a few picks before number 24 if the mocks make any sense.
Yeah, I think, again, I agree with Dave. It would make a fun story, and covering the team, it would be fun. It would be really interesting to see if Mark and Kyle and I could tell them apart when they were on the floor, right? But other than that, I think the big one is really about, again, when you're later in the first round, it's really hard to predict who's available, who's going to go where, because it depends on how the dominoes fall ahead of you. But I would kind of tend to agree with Dave, which pains me to do it twice in one setting.
Just
I mean, this is twice today. This is terrible. But yeah, I think that with the way that Chris played and his potential, I think that he likely will probably go a little bit higher than that.
All right. Hopefully there's enough room in that studio for your ego to contain itself in there.
Never enough room. Not when I'm right twice in a day. Are you kidding me? Never happens.
Oh, he's forgetting all the times he was wrong, though. Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Well, no, that's a quick memory. It's gone. All right, Carmichael, Dave, and Kayte Christensen, we thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you,
care.
guys.
There we go.
There's a scorecard.
I mean, the technology.
Yeah.
I mean, years ago when we did the show together, you were trying to get this done years ago.
This has been an obsession.
I'm so glad that you didn't when I was on the show. I'm a little angry with you now that there's the YouTube cast.
Yeah.
I enjoyed coming in at 5 a.m.
looking just haggard and terrible and being able to hide the whole thing. Is that what you're trying to say? Because I thought you looked great. Is that where you were going? Because I thought you were fantastic. See, I'm trying to save it at the end here. Not working.
Terribly.
I don't like the silence whatsoever.
Haggard and torn up.
I want to give you a compliment.
Okay.
You know what it said ruined earlier. I want to give
My
you.
bad.
I understand that.
Jeez.
I want to give you a compliment.
Oh dear.
We just did this TV segment. You were so nervous going in.
Oh my God. You're so stupid.
And I kept telling you, like, Katie, it's just TV.
It's just TV.
You'll
Don't
get
be
used
nervous.
to it. Exactly. And I thought you did so well. You know what I was trying to figure out, though, was like on the Brady Bunch. We have a monitor to our right. And I was trying to figure out where Katie was because we had a 3-box going. And I was trying to figure out. So you were, even though you're kind of to my left, they had your box directly to your face was directly to my left, right? So when you did the whole compliment thing, I want to see how it looked because I actually turned and looked at you here, even though you're not here. And I hope it showed up on the TV that I was like looking at your box.
You're a real
your face.
You're a real performer.
The things that you think about.
Come on, that's kind of remember the Brady Bunch and how they'd all look up and down at the different boxes
saw the
that
Brady
people were in.
Bunch. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
So see that look kind of funny, like you and I look over them. I'm pointing at you, and you're in your little box at the top right. All right, what we got? 5 minutes.
Thank God it's the end of this show. I can't take
that
you
was
for
a compliment.
I got a question for Katie as a fan.
Yeah.
So the transition you made from being courtside and doing the interviews to being, color commentator, how hard was that for you?
Well, like the doing the sidelines, actually, I was really lucky that our producer kind of and NBC really used me as kind of like a second analyst. I didn't like, if you look at a lot of sideline reporters, they're doing random stuff about like the visit to St. Luke's Hospital, or like whoever posted this online, or they do kind of stuff like that and kind of add a little bit of different flavor to a broadcast. And they kind of used me as like a second analyst. So I got to choose the things that I did and what I talked about and that, but I was only lucky enough to do the interviews if we won, so they were not as frequent.
You do a lot of them.
Yes,
yeah, but
possible.
you were a part of the greatest interview ever.
Yeah, the DeMarcus.
It's getting ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Okay, it's getting ridiculous. Hey, I love that. My favorite part of that whole interview is how he kept calling you man. He kept saying, "Come on, it's getting ridiculous, man."
I don't think he was talking to me per se.
He could have said Katie.
He was talking in general. He was talking to the people.
Ridiculous out here, man.
I forget. Did you do the belly one too, where he's like, "We deserve it"?
Yeah.
That's an iconic.
Yeah. We do have a trade from Adrian Wojnarowski before we go. This is breaking.
There's
By the way,
really a trade, huh?
Yeah, we will have. I promise you, there was a trade. I'm not making a bit. Whitey and Watkins, by the way, will be in. Did I see Whitey around?
Yeah,
here?
he's here.
Okay, he's
How
here.
did that come across your phone faster than mine?
Because I have better technology
Here we go.
than you. Go ahead.
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sactown Sports breaking news.
The Los Angeles Lakers are acquiring from the Indiana Pacers the number 40 pick for the number 47 pick in cash.
Oh man,
what?
I don't
like
you.
It was just hyped up.
Literally, all I said was there was a trade.
You're snoring
I don't
during my
like you.
question, and
I was not snoring. I
You
was
do that?
And your
heavy
listeners
breathing.
don't like you either.
I understand
That's
that.
fooling them.
Fooling what? It was a trade, but Adrian Wojnarowski reported. That's all I
Who
said.
cares about pick
Wow,
trades? 40th
waiter.
to 47th?
You know what? Nikola Jokic was picked
Oh,
somewhere
my
around there, and
gosh.
he's a two-time MVP and a champion. The Lakers
I
might
hope
have
that
just
when I'm
acquired
gone, other people stand up to him.
Nikola Jokic. They might have just acquired.
Jason's so nice.
Nikola
He
Jokic.
probably just
What did I
goes with
even
it.
Literally, a trade happened. That's all I said.
You're a fraud. You're fooling your listeners.
You're a frog. Just call me a frog.
It was fun, Dave, today.
You sure?
Next time, bring donuts or something. I'm starving.
I don't.
See if you can fix the coffee situation.
I don't think we need donuts, Katie. I'll bring in.
Oh.
And by
Art,
we,
what are
I
you
mean
trying to
I
say?
mean me. And the rest of the
It's like,
guys
I don't
in there.
think we need donuts, Katie. We're in this together.
Maybe we, yeah. Wrong. Yeah, I'll bring in. You know what we should do? Why don't we do? I'll bring in. I've got a little flat top, little mini, like Blackstone.
Yeah.
We'll put it right here. Plug it in. We can make pancakes.
are you gonna leave it like you've left that basketball in there forever?
You know what would be easier is
Basketball.
just bringing in a waffle maker.
Yeah, we can do a waffle maker.
I used to do that all the time.
What would you bring in? Margarine or butter, waffle, syrup?
Does anyone use margarine
Why
anymore?
did your voice go that high? That was scary.
Because I'm questioning the
Does anybody use
margarine.
I think people use it on well, do they use vegetable
Let me tell
oil
you
now?
something, brother.
Okay,
I use it. I love margarine.
Thanks for
You
telling me that,
do?
brother.
I don't even care. Oh, I don't like it as much as butter, but it's just so much more convenient
How?
because it's much more spreadable, Katie.
I leave my butter sitting out.
Well,
It's always spreadable.
Great. Leave your dairy spread out.
Thanks for coming on the show, Katie.
All right. So for Sam Amick, for everybody over at KCRA and My 58, for Nate doing wonderful Nate things. And I think Jay hopped on the mic for like 5 seconds. So I guess technically for Jay Mars, I am Carmichael Dave, Whitey Gleason, and I think Jay Mars, and I don't know where Chris Watkins is.
You're not paying
I
attention.
don't know what the hell's going on, but
We've been over this.
awesome, amazing draft stuff is next. Have a good day, everybody. Go Kings. Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.